an entire special operation forces brigade, I believe it was a brigade, to switch sides and go against the Kremlin. So this is definitely still very far from over. Uh, I really, if you haven't had a chance, I urge you to take a look at the pinned post on my profile, which should be that hour-long interview that Prigozhin gave on June 5th, where essentially he just completely disclosed this entire plan that he's now executing. And I was really, I was quite surprised by how intelligent the guy is. He's a brutal monster, but he is highly intelligent. So this announcement is almost like throwing another wrench, uh, a curveball for Kremlin to try to digest in the midst of this chaos. There was a report that all security organs, law enforcement organs around the entire Moscow region, not just Moscow City, were placed on duty through Tuesday. I mean, today's Saturday. They were told to bring everything they need with them, change of clothes, everything else, uh, to their duty stations, and they're to remain at their job for the duration for these upcoming several days. So, if the Kremlin believes Prigozhin and starts undoing all of these things in the background and actually breathes a sigh of relief, that could be a huge benefit for Prigozhin if his plan is actually not to withdraw. So let's see. I would like to invite a speaker. I also need to pin that post. Let me let me see here. Give me a minute. So, Bahar or Daniel, I don't know what your name is. You can
You
have.
can call me Daniel. Hello, can you hear me well?
Yeah, it's very difficult to hear you.
Difficult? Okay, wait a second. Now, better, maybe?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so in my opinion, we should look in this case from two sides. You can tell it could be like maskirovka, so it's like disguise kind of things which are made by Russian troops in history for Stalingrad and other kind of things. So it could be like test for uh, Russian unite, and Putin could see in this movement who will go against him. We can hear calls that he talked with other republics of Russian Federation. He was watching who will help or who will go against him in this case. So it could be like this kind of Maskirovka disguise. Or in second place, it's your point of view, which could be also good. So it's like waiting and seeing what will happen. From now, we can definitely say that Prigozhin and Wagner troops can have a good relation with Putin. It go too far. They was like something about 200 kilometers to Moscow. They take two cities from Russia without one fire. Maybe it was something about six helicopters. So in this case, we should just watching, but we can tell from now. Prigozhin will not have good relation with Putin, and he's not that stupid that he will go and go back to the front and fight like it was before. Thanks for now.
Doug, do you have a moment? I can quickly introduce Doug London. Uh, Doug is a former CIA station chief, had a long career at the agency, and now teaches intelligence studies at the Georgetown University in Washington D.C. It's a pleasure to have you, Doug. Thank you.
Thanks, Igor. Thanks for hosting this. What a fascinating and incredible time. I think you're spot on when you say this isn't over yet. And we'll be seeing the fallout and looking for clues from actions. And I think right now, all we have to look at are the actions we've seen already. And when you see the Russian government blowing up bridges, it suggests to me there's no conspiracy theory of Putin and Prigozhin having worked this out in advance. It tells me that the Kremlin was shocked, really surprised. But I think you've made some points in the past, Igor. Was this another intel failure on the part of the FSB and the GRU, which should be looking out for this kind of internal security threat? Or was there something going on between Prigozhin and the FSB and the GRU? And I don't think we know that yet. Can't tell, but it'll be interesting to see the shakeout. Your suggestion about the negotiations and how we might see Defense Minister Shoigu and Chief of Army Staff Gerasimov go, which is what Prigozhin has been talking about for forever, would be really indicative that Putin's come to the realization he's not a one-man show anymore. He's not going to be able to just dictate by control. But again, I think this is not nearly over yet. I think Prigozhin did this with a well thought out plan. Again, to your point, he he kind of telegraphed what he was going to do. He's been telegraphing what he's going to do, talking about, we're on the precipice of a revolution and such. And he's been careful to make it look like he's acting not in his interest, but in the interest of Russia and perhaps the interest of Putin, as he so claims. So there's going to have to be some fallout here and some scapegoats. So it'll be interesting to see. But again, it's not over.
Doug, what do you think? My instinct here is given. So what's interesting is um, wind of change. Vladimir Sechkin's source from the very beginning of this invasion, um, since the middle of last year, he's been he had a pretty distinct focus on sending emails to Osechkin specifically about Prigozhin and the threat that Prigozhin is to the entire Kremlin apparatus, and how the FSB, in his view, is completely underestimating Prigozhin. Uh, to me, it seems that there's got to be now three general factions within the FSB apparatus. The loyalists to Putin. There are obviously some loyalists to Prigozhin. Uh, he does have allies there at pretty high places that have enabled his actions in Ukraine. And there's the third faction, which appears to be, with the wind of change movement and within FSB, will probably largely fall into this faction, which is anti-Prigozhin and anti-Putin, but they want to do it. They want to precipitate, potentially take advantage of the situation to precipitate a sequence of events where there's essentially a bloodless change of the regime to something that's neither Putin nor Prigozhin nor one of the Putin's loyalists. So, what are your thoughts of how those things might shake out?
Yeah, the role of the FSB is really intriguing here, and I know you've written a lot on it and done a lot of translations and such. You know, there's no love lost between the FSB and the military and the Ministry of Defense, and there never has been. The FSB is directed to target the MOD and to target the Army for intelligence to make sure that they're being loyal. And there's historic animosity between the old KGB and then that which became the FSB, Putin included, with the military. They never trust the military, right? And they never have, not since the revolution in 1917. So I have no doubt that there are various factions in the FSB. I think it's interesting that the FSB didn't catch wind of this, especially with how overt Prigozhin has been, how upfront he's been about his comments and his plans and such like that. So I have no doubt that there are these various camps. You know, we would all root for the third camp, right? That camp which wants change, democratic change, and I'm sure it exists. I just don't think it has real strength. I would imagine that the FSB is more divided between those who are going to be loyalists to Putin while it works for them, particularly at the senior levels, and those who have their hands in organized crime. And that's Prigozhin's background. That's what he also brought to the table for Putin, were his connections in organized crime. And that organized crime in Russia, as you've written and know well, only works with the support of the state, which is essentially the FSB. So, it's an amazing suspense film we're watching here, and the falling out. But I think it's ultimately money and power that talks, more so power, because power gets you money in Russia. And where's organized crime been in all this, and how have they lined up with Prigozhin, and what role have they played, and what do they in the FSB get out of it? So I'm less optimistic, and in fact I'm less optimistic in general that this is all a good thing. Prigozhin, as you said, I mean, he's barbaric. This is a guy talking about having Russia more modeled like North Korea, which is preferred to him, and just the audacious bloodletting he has let on. So it's the question that, can we somehow leverage this instability for the good as opposed to the bad? I thought it was curious also that Medvedev, former president there and now deputy of the National Security Council, was also making almost like appeals to the international community, how, Prigozhin would be dangerous to you. That and the bombing of the bridges tells me they didn't expect this, and they took that threat very seriously.
What do you take about Prigozhin's very apparent, very deliberate commentary in that long 1 hour interview that he gave, where he calls anybody thinking of using nuclear weapons within the Kremlin regime mentally ill and psychopathic?
Yeah, who was the audience, I think, is what I asked myself. Was that for Russians, or was that for the international audience to say something like that? The initial commentary on using nuclear weapons, that comes from Putin himself. And Medvedev, of course, echoed it, and Patrushev has. Haven't heard it as much, at least I haven't, and you're following everything much closer than me, from Ministry of Defense types. But if you recall, a year ago, and it precipitated, we think, the visit that CIA Director Burns had with Narishkin, the SVR director, and his counterpart there, was based, from what we see reflected in reporting, on intelligence being picked up from military types in Russia, at least talking about the possibility, whether they were advocating for it or just speaking of it just as like water, talking about gossip at the water fountain. It's hard to say, but it was enough to get the president to put Director Burns on the road to deliver what was clearly a very unequivocal message to Narishkin to take back that if you use even a tactical device or even just do a demonstration, there's going to be serious consequences to play. And we've seen some of those consequences hinted by former U.S. defense officials, such as General Petraeus and former Secretary of Defense Cohen, that would mean a massive conventional military strike on Russian forces in at least Ukraine. So, my question has always been, who's backing Prigozhin and who's his audience with some of these comments? And we could speculate. I certainly don't know enough yet, and you certainly bring a lot to light with your contacts and what you bring. But that would give us a lot more understanding of what we might expect in the future.
So there was a rumor last night that Putin was quite indecisive and sort of frozen, not refusing to make any decisions. And again, this is just a rumor that he offered to cede his power to Patrushev, who is the secretary of his Security Council. Who does that kind of rumor benefit?
That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. It would seem really unlikely to me that Putin would put his faith in his future by doing that, because once he steps down from power, he has no guarantee of what's going to happen to him. I would think that might benefit Prigozhin. I would think that might benefit other insiders who are looking for a pathway to succession, to succeed him. And all the skullduggery that's going around, maybe some of the oligarchs. But I've never put a lot of stock in the power of most of the oligarchs, because they've come and gone, and Putin has disposed of them as quickly as he's built them up. But I think there are some who are more than just oligarchs, who actually have their hands on the buttons of government control, who are in better position to kind of influence decisions and direction there. But I think, and you made a great case of what we know, or what we've heard, what you've heard anyway, of the negotiations. Prigozhin's guarantee of security. Because I really never thought this was a coup attempt. I didn't think Prigozhin really believed he was going to overthrow Putin by marching on Moscow. But I thought it was to position himself for the future, to protect himself in the near term, and exact concessions. And that Putin, who always doubles down and never shows weakness, is giving concessions, tells you how weak he is, tells you what limited control he now has. And that's only going to be further compromised, because there's going to have to be a lot more consensus for him to rule. And it's not going to be like it was. So, we'll all be looking for the clues from actions, much more so than words. Who comes, who goes, different organizational changes, I think are going to be the best way we have, at least on the outside, as opposed to my colleagues at the CIA, who hopefully know a lot more, to know what we can expect coming down the road.
So while all the attention has been on this ongoing rebellion in Russia, Ukraine appears to have quietly made rather significant gains, and they're opening up new fronts and moving in on their attacking positions. There are reports that there are mass surrenders of the Russian soldiers as well. So my view really is, whatever now happens, whatever the outcome is from Prigozhin's actions, it is going to continue to cause further unraveling of the situation in the power structures in Russia. And last night there were already reports that there were multiple units, regular Russian army units, that were in occupied Ukraine in Donetsk and Luhansk, that actually began to withdraw back to Russia to quote unquote restore order on Prigozhin's behalf. So they switched sides to Prigozhin. Uh, what do you see as implications here going forward? Right, some things, regardless of what the individual step outcome, sort of on the ladder, might be.
Oh, it's
In certain instances, right? Like it can all lead to, like there's only one
Oh,
road.
it's fascinating, right? So you made the point earlier while I was listening that the Kremlin made a conscious decision not to involve the regular army in dealing with Prigozhin's march. It was the National Guard, the Rosguardia. But again, your point is correct. The Rosguardia deals with civilians, crushing unarmed civilians. They don't have artillery or tanks. They have some armored vehicles, but they're not going to stand up to a group of hardened military veterans with tanks and artillery and rockets and God knows what. So the only regular army troops they might have been willing to move, and I'm sure this was happening, at least to mobilize them, as you're suggesting, would be airborne troops, which are trained to deal with urban occupations and crowd control as fighting. And special forces units, and those have been the very units that Russia depends on to keep the battle up in Ukraine, and also to keep an eye on the conscripts and the regular army troops who might otherwise turn around, drop their weapons, and turn back. So, you've got this army that the Kremlin does not have faith and confidence in for good reason. It's not a disciplined conventional army. They've had terrible leadership, terrible training, and have not been well supplied. Um, and now these folks are out there, standing in the trenches as they're getting whacked at by HIMARS and long range rockets and all this new Western equipment. How dependable are they going to be? I think there's going to be a fallout, and it's going to be hard. And again, I was a spy, not a military strategist, but I spied on military strategists, for Russia to consolidate defensively if the Ukrainians start having breakthroughs in those very hard and defensive lines. And I think those reverberations could turn into bigger and bigger cracks. But you've got Prigozhin, who a few weeks ago he's talking about, well, the only way we're going to win this war is mass mobilization, martial law, model like North Korea. And now then he comes out days later or days ago and goes, well, we shouldn't have been in this war in the first place. So the question will be, what's Prigozhin's greater plan? Does he see his success coming from sustaining the conflict with Ukraine, but more under his terms, or finding a way to extract himself and the Russians and use that as a way to secure more power? And again, we'll be looking for actions as opposed to words to find out.
So what's interesting is there were um, several days ago, Russian war criminal terrorist Igor Strelkov Girkin, who is a former FSB officer in the Spetsnaz, who was instrumental in the initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014. After they very quickly and effortlessly occupied Crimea, he moved north and wanted to capture more territory. Reportedly, that was not even part of the Kremlin's plan. So Girkin, according to him, he went a little rogue, collected about 40 or 50 mercenaries and special operators, and took the city of Sloviansk, um, which has a population of over 100,000 people, with a force of like 40 to 50 people. Several days ago, so he is a person that is a soldier, right? An officer, a special operator himself. Militarily, he appears to be quite competent, and he offered his view on what was happening on the front line, and also as it concerns Prigozhin, several days ago. And he said that the entire front line hangs on the thinnest of threads. And that was in the context of him then moving into the conversation, into his speech about how damaging Prigozhin is. So that's just
Yeah, I
pretty
believe that.
interesting.
I believe that. I think, the Russians have moved a lot of troops along those defensive lines and built some impressive fortifications. But if the soldiers aren't going to fight, and if they run, if they cut and run, like the First World War, and I know I've seen so many analogies to that here, they're finished, right? Because once that momentum starts, once there's a rout, they're going to keep falling back, and they're going to fall back as far as the Ukrainians can reach, and the Ukrainians are now in a better position to move further forward against Russian lines than they were when they had their successful reoccupation of Kharkiv, and liberated Kharkiv and Kherson. So I agree with what he's saying, and he's there, so he sure knows a lot better. So Putin, is it lost on Putin? I think, you know, people describe him as this master tactician and strategist, but he also doesn't have a well-informed picture of what's going on, and that's by design. No one brings him bad news. No one's going to tell him anything he doesn't believe is happening. He didn't even realize Prigozhin's significant internet appeal and his broadcasts and such unless they were brought to his attention. So, I don't think Putin is making the best informed decisions, and he's not making decisions on reality, which isn't necessarily a good thing for anybody. It's not necessarily a good thing for the Ukrainians or for us, and certainly not for the Russian troops he's going to commit into battle. But it will be curious to see what personnel shakeouts are. I suspect there'll be more in the MOD and the military side, but it should be the FSB if you think about it. The FSB is supposed to have penetrated Prigozhin's Wagner group, keeping an eye. I mean, the FSB is literally integrated into the army, so they could keep an eye on it, as well as the GRU. But where was the FSB in all this? So by right, we should see Putin fire the FSB director, Botnikov, and others, but I don't think he's going to. And that's going to be telling in where the FSB sort of plays in all this. And again, not just to keep throwing shine your way or credit your way, but I've seen you talk about this, in the past as well. So, actions speak louder than words, and the question will be, will we see all those personal actions? I mean, Shogu and Gerasimov have disappeared off the face of the earth. We haven't heard from them. We heard from Chief of the Ground Forces, Lapin, right? And we heard from Surovikin, who made some rather tepid, not very hard comments. They said, it's Putin's job to appoint who he's going to appoint, and you really should do this. But they didn't exactly come out and say, he's a traitor and down with Prigozhin. I thought that was fascinating. And silence from Shoigu and Gerasimov.
Well, that video of Surovikin. So to provide a little bit of background, Surovikin is the aerospace forces general who was demoted because reportedly he was the one that was embezzling a lot of military armament and munitions to Wagner PMC. So he is Prigozhin's ally who was holding one of the top posts at the MOD until he was demoted. And that video of Surovikin urging Prigozhin to stand down that was released yesterday after Prigozhin initiated the coup, that looks like a hostage video. Very tense breathing. The guy is very nervous. They placed some kind of rifle on his right side that he's holding that is not loaded. There's no magazine. And just wanted to note that was pretty fascinating to see that the MOD is now taking hostages, apparently.
Oh, spot on. Yeah, I saw the same thing in that. I thought it was very half-hearted of him. He wasn't really that critical of him. And he was in charge of the Ukraine campaign for, 3 months? But
Yeah.
he was, in fact, a close ally. And we've seen Prigozhin speak in public about his admiration for Surovikin, for Surovikin's role in the coup against Gorbachev in 91 even, right? So I thought that was telling. And even Chief of our Ground Forces, his comment was very restrained, I would say. And why didn't we hear from the chief of army staff? So those are like things I know a lot of us are picking up on. I'm going, there's a clue there.
And also, so last night, after Wagner very easily, without any resistance, to complete control over a city, again, population 1.1 million people, Rostov on Don, there was a rumor out that Gerasimov did not manage to escape the city in time. Gerasimov is the chief of the general staff. He's in charge of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right under Shoigu. And so, yes, we still haven't heard anything about Gerasimov, but the rumor was that he failed to escape the city, which is now under complete control and has been shut down and blockaded by Wagner.
And isn't that
And
amazing? I mean,
I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure, I've got to go soon, but go ahead.
Okay, first question. So there were Russian soldiers. There's a video of Russian soldiers digging trenches in Moscow, on the outskirts of Moscow. Do you think they will now start filling those trenches back up and planting grass? And second question, do you think Prigozhin will withdraw from his occupation of Rostov, or will he turn that into a fortress, as they have begun to do with fortifications, turn it into his stronghold, and hold 1.1 million Russians hostage to make sure he gets everything he wants?
Yeah, those are great questions. And again, the answer, like any good intel professional, is going to be it depends. It depends on their levels of confidence. How confident Prigozhin is in the deal he's got. I don't think he's ever going to sort of surrender all of his capabilities and his powers. What he's got there, because that's the heart of the Russian. That's the Russian war effort in Ukraine is there, that he so easily secured it and is in control. I think is rather amazing. As far as the trenches, Putin's got to make some outward appearances to suggest things are well, right? He's got to make it look like everything's under control. So I don't think he's standing down his alert level, if you would. I think the National Guard is probably still going to be in a higher state of alert, but I think we'll see some physical changes, but in the shadows, I think we'll see a much more prepared, at least National Guard force, to be able to spring up defenses. But they've really got no hope. If the Army stands down, that's all the Army has to do, and doesn't prevent Prigozhin should he want to do something like this again, the National Guard isn't going to stop him. So the choreography, the dance we're going to see, there's going to be a lot of outward moves. There have to be outward moves for their various publics. Prigozhin has his public that he's appealed to, and he's done a great job. I like you. I think he's an abominable person, but he's been very smart and strategic. People were writing him off. Oh, he's ranting and raving, and no one takes him seriously. But he was pretty calculated, and he set himself up pretty well. And I think Putin dismissed him. And again, I come back. What was the FSB doing in all this? So I think we'll see some outward moves that both are going to make to their various domestic audiences, but I don't think either had the confidence that this is done. But with that, Igor, I encourage your listeners to keep listening to you, who has a great thumb on the pulse of what's going on, and hopefully some more followers for me. I try to offer you my analysis from time to time, but we'll keep watching.
Doug, thank you so much. Yeah, everybody, definitely give Doug London a follow. Very level-headed, insightful analysis on Doug's page. He regularly publishes articles regarding the goings-on in geopolitics from that very unique perspective of having the experience of decades in the intelligence community to be able to provide those insights that we typically don't see. I mean, this technology revolution of the 21st century, internet has given us so much access to so much information, and I think it's just fantastic. So definitely don't miss that opportunity. Highly recommend that you guys follow Doug London. Thank you so much, Doug.
Thanks, Igor. Take care. Good luck to all of us.
So another interesting point to bring up, Wagner PMC has shut down a significant amount of helicopters, at least one plane, but definitely it's now up to like at least 5 helicopters, I believe. And it seems that most of those helicopters were shut down by the Panzer S1 air defense missile system, which most likely Wagner commandeered from one of the military bases in the region that they raided. Because there's footage of these columns of Panzer S1 systems, and in the same columns there's also 2022 model year T-72 upgraded tanks that Wagner now has. I am not sure if Wagner had these specific vehicles before they started the coup. It's most likely that they have armed themselves to the teeth, raiding all these military bases and Air Force bases on their march to Moscow from Rostov and from Ukraine. Because it seems that there were multiple convoys that exited Ukraine at different locations to enter Russia last night. So some went more south toward Rostov. Some, I think, cut straight across toward Voronezh. They didn't all go in one large convoy, but it was rather all split up. So, Trillion Capital, you now have the floor.
Hi guys, how's it going? Thanks for having me up today. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of, albeit conflicting information or just all sorts of rumors speaking. I'm trying to gauge the situation myself. So we're a market research firm, front and foremost. So, I specialize a lot of the military, industrial type companies that I invest in, and they've done extremely well. And I thought it was very ironic that on Friday they signaled bullish trend again, and tail duration. And it's funny because then Friday night this happened. So somebody always knows something. I guess my question is for you guys: where does this go? Where does this lead? What are the implications? Like, I am just absolutely fascinated by this, and I'm just not sure really where this came out of, where this goes, and who is the real benefactor at the end of this. Thanks.
Well, I mean, I think the real benefactor is going to be the civilized world. And there is no way back for Russia at this point. Whatever happens with the coup, whether it succeeds or doesn't succeed, or the Kremlin regime is bound to just unravel. Putin is not going to be able to continue to hold on to power in the foreseeable future after this has happened. He's shown how unprepared Russia is and how dysfunctional it is to protect itself from a mercenary group at the end of the day. They're afraid that the Russian army will switch sides against the Kremlin. That's why they haven't sent the Russian army to face the mercenaries. From the financial perspective, as of last night, so in FX, ruble Friday night closed at like just under 85 rubles to a dollar, and that was before any inkling of a coup um, happening was present. So that was several hours before Prigozhin announced that he's doing a coup. So within hours after Prigozhin starting the coup and taking Rostov, a giant city, a big city in Russia, uh, the ruble, last I saw, um, the Russian banks, they offer exchange of currency digitally on their apps on the phones, and they work on the weekends. So the rate skyrocketed to 95 rubles for a dollar within hours of the coup starting. There was also panic, um, according to news released by a news agency in Kazakhstan, that people were trying to panic sell their shares uh, that they had on the Moscow Stock Exchange. Of course, the exchange itself right now is closed, but can you actually provide us a little bit of insight? Like, how would people go to selling their shares on a weekend when the stock market is closed?
Well, that's a great question. So you actually can't. That's why I brought up the Friday night of it happening. So the global markets are shut for the weekend. I found it really so it was really fascinating that oil itself has been down. It's been trending down. Now, I guess we'd have to rewind if we want to zoom out on a macro level here. They suspended, whether it was Lukoil or Gazprom, their ADR, so their American Depository Receipts. So the world uses US dollars to transact in global markets. And what I found really, really fascinating is upon the invasion of Ukraine, you have Gazprom and Lukoil being restricted shares. So they started cutting off Russia. It's the most sanctioned country in the world, cutting it off from US dollars. And these US dollars are obviously essential to many economies. And what happened is then the sanctions, they went around them. So then everyone was saying, oh, well, look, they're just exporting oil to Kazakhstan. So it's still fueling the war effort, as well as high oil prices. So Russia always goes to war strategically when oil is expensive. And so the biggest weaponization. So the biggest thing for the United States, therefore, is to bring down the price of oil. And so the price of oil coming down is essentially the United States' biggest weapon, whether it's through SPR drawdowns or what have you. And then anyway, a year into this war, everyone said, well, look at all the loopholes they export to Kazakhstan, et cetera, et cetera. And so what did they do? They did a catch and release. Then the European Union did another round of sanctions, sanctioning the people who assisted, whether it's the corporations or the sovereign states, further doing this. And now I'm hearing that so right now China is purchasing all of Russia's oil at a $20 to $30 barrel discount to the rest of the world.
Is
And
India
with
also
rising
purchasing
interest
oil
rates
from Russia?
as well, this further exemplifies the effects of this, meaning that a strengthening US dollar is horrible for the whole world, right? A cheap devalued low interest rate US dollar is good for the global economy. So by strengthening the US dollar, strengthening credit, and the precursors for that, with a weakening price of oil, and now this combined with massive exports of advanced weaponry to Ukraine, which, to my knowledge, they were losing about 300,000 troops thus far of the war, and it was not looking too good on the front lines because obviously Russia has a much more artillery and things of that nature. But now with this going on, combined with those advanced weapon shipments that are taking place, we could really see a turning of the tide here. And I just think that Russia as economy in general is in a lot of trouble here, simply because of there's no access to U.S. dollars. They have no regional really allies right now. Nobody want the pressure from everything. The pipeline to Germany, Nord Stream, was the single biggest escalation, from the United States, obviously blowing that up. That Nord Stream pipeline was the lifeline for the Russian economy, right? Russia.
Okay, so one thing we're not gonna do in this space is engage in conspiracy theories. So I was wondering, Colonel Brown, I see you are in the audience. Are you able to turn on your microphone as a speaker? Um, wanted to ask you a question of how do you see what's with Russia unraveling like this over the past 24 hours from the military perspective. Earlier we had Doug London, formerly of the CIA, sort of discussing some of these developments from the intelligence community perspective. It would be great to have the military perspective as well, especially as it concerns the actual ongoing invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and what the implications might be. Okay, hopefully Colonel Brown will be available later to join this conversation. Let's see. Shane Partlow, uh, you, I've sent you an invitation to speak. I see you've requested that. Dahlia, you are now a speaker. If somebody has a question or a comment, you can go ahead and request to have your mic turned on. Hi, you can speak. What's your name? All right. So what um, what can happen in the coming days? I don't think there's any chance Prigozhin is going to withdraw from Rostov. I think he's going to hold the 1 million population of that very large city in the south of Russia as his stronghold. He's going to fortify it fully. He's going to continue blockading that city, not allow anybody to leave, and make sure that he's able to consolidate, uh, continue to recruit more soldiers from the Russian army, from probably even uh, general population, the veterans especially. Right before he started the coup, maybe the day before, there was a pretty significant development that really is a great precursor to the coup itself, which was uh, with the assistance and support of a veterans organization, a national veterans organization in Russia. You have to keep in mind, Russia has a conscription system, so even those that go through the mandatory conscription of whether it's I can remember a year and a half or 2 years, um, that those people are in the system, right, as veterans at that point, and Prigozhin was able to access that veteran association's database with all the contact information of all the veterans in the country and sent them mail, sent them letters inviting them to join Wagner. So just in one region, uh, with a population of I can't recall which region it was, but it was a region with a population of a little over 3 million people total. They sent out 430 letters, 430,000 letters inviting specifically those who had previously gone through the Russian military to join Wagner. And the claim was they did this nationwide, which would mean probably at the very least millions, uh, could be over 10 million letters that they sent out. Um, Prigozhin's announcement that he's withdrawing just doesn't um, jibe with reality of all the wheels he set in motion prior to the coup, and of course the coup attempt itself. Uh, he is going to get assassinated, and Wagner is going to get uh, exterminated completely by the Kremlin if he actually leaves Russia and goes back to Ukraine. They will just carpet bomb them. You can see that they're not carpet bombing, at least right now, the city of Rostov, because they have 1 million civilians there who are Russians. That is Prigozhin's insurance. It's not something he's going to give up. And there were also some reports, of course, this is unverified, from inside the Russian security services that Kremlin was still planning a possible raised earth strategy on Rostov to turn it into quote unquote Bakhmut 2.0. That's probably going to be a difficult trigger for the Kremlin to pull. People will probably not comply with such orders, even if they came. Because that's essentially almost like dropping a nuclear bomb at that point. If you're just carpet bombing a city that's blockaded where civilians can't leave and it has 1 million people population. So just another thought there. So I can see what other news are coming in right now, if there are more developments, because so far last thing I saw was really so Tula Governor Duman reportedly physically met with Prigozhin to hold those alleged negotiations, and he was, according to the source, he was in full military gear with bulletproof vest when he met Prigozhin. So just interesting. No way of knowing if it's true. The oil depot that was struck by something in Voronezh is still burning today. So it's already been probably 10, 12 hours. It's still on fire. And right, like back to that sort of, half joking question I asked Doug, because I think the answer is obvious. The trenches that the Russian soldiers have been digging on the outskirts of Moscow, they're not going to be filling those trenches back up now. I think it's now only a matter of time before martial law is going to be declared in Russia, or at the very least in the regions that are affected by this, which, it has to include Moscow. So there was a development that the FSB for the Moscow region was ordered to start preparations for a curfew in all of Russian region. So that curfew, of course, that would be something that could happen to ease in the population into an actual lockdown martial law. So it's very difficult for me to, approve speakers that don't really have a clear profile, don't have an actual name or a photograph or, some kind of profile on Twitter. So if you're interested in speaking, recommend you make those changes. So to try to minimize risk of you being a person that we may not want to have on. So, Ian, you have the floor.
Well, let's just say that we can understand that Prigozhin has done himself. Whether what was said in the press is true and he's actually said it, or whether or not he's still, loving the Kremlin.
So it was that to interrupt you real quickly, that was a voice recording with Prigozhin's voice that was released by Prigozhin's press service channel, his official channel on Telegram. I mean, it sounded like Prigozhin. There are no indications that he didn't actually record that and publish it.
Yeah, but considering the way he's been slagging off the generals for having, being crap at their job, what would you do if you were them?
Can you repeat the question?
No.
Sorry.
So the general staff of Russia is not very good at their job. Let's be fair. And so Prigozhin has said, "You're crap," and if you want to get back at somebody, what would you do?
So you mean from Gerasimov and Shoigu's perspective?
Yeah, I think the Russian generals are a bit pissed off because obviously he has a professional army where they're like they haven't got a clue what they're doing, and they're getting their asses whooped by Ukraine. So the shame and the getting taken into the woods for a little long walk and with a pistol in the back of the head is getting to them.
Yeah, so reportedly Gerasimov is in hiding. He may possibly even be still in the occupied Rostov under control of Wagner now. Maybe he escaped the city, but as chief of the general staff and the person responsible for Russia's invasion, his headquarters were in Rostov. That's the Southern Military District's headquarters, which are now under the control of Wagner. Reportedly, he escaped there once Wagner columns began to enter the city. He escaped from the actual headquarters. He was reportedly at work at the time. And Shoigu, there were claims made by Wagner's side that Shoigu actually tried to have Prigozhin assassinated, and the plot was foiled. It failed. The operation was actually, according to people on the Wagner side, that assassination was supposed to take place about 2 days before Prigozhin started the coup.
Huh.
So that's what the generals were trying to do even before the coup. Because remember, Prigozhin has been calling now for weeks for a public firing squad execution for both Gerasimov and Shoigu. That was his ultimatum of not going to Russia. And if it didn't happen, he was going to go to Russia. I mean, he laid it all out. So
the Russian way, let's just anybody who fails, will just take them out, and it's a very different way of thinking. Now, the thing is, for the Western people, thinking how the Russians think is crazy. Having employed lots of Russians back in the day.
Well, so one thing that really struck me, I recall watching a interview with a U.S. Military veteran volunteer fighting to defend Ukraine, and there were some very long form interviews published with him on YouTube, and he was asked specifically about that, right? Like how the Russians societally, as a culture, as a system, are just different. And he summed it up really, really well. And in a very even interestingly non-judgmental way, he said, "It's clear," and I'm paraphrasing, that him having served on the front, fighting against the Russians. He said it's very clear that Russians just don't value human life as much as we do.
Yeah, exactly. I've employed, on through my businesses, employed a lot of Russian guys back in the day, and when you talk to them about Russia and how they were brought up, it isn't a case of they need leadership. And one of the guys said to me, the reason we always had a czar was because we couldn't think for ourselves. We needed to be told what to do as a country. They need, I mean, we went through Glasnost and everything else, and the Russians were allowed to vote, but they didn't know what to do. They had no idea. They had no leadership. So they effectively elected another czar because they needed to be told what to do. Unlike Americans, unlike the British, the British know what to do. We know we can think for ourselves, but the Russians couldn't think for themselves because they spent 1,000 years being controlled by somebody else.
Yeah, and that's really the thing, isn't it? Right? Because in the nature versus nurture context, this is all nurture, right? Russian citizens, people that have Russian passports or have lived in Russia, they are no different than any one of us. It's all like on the genetic level, right? It's all nurture. And their nurture has been hundreds and hundreds, centuries, dozens of generations of being subjects of totalitarians. And it's a real tragedy from that perspective, that's how it's been on such a large territory of the face of the earth for such a long time, and it still hasn't changed. And of course these are stereotypes because there's plenty of Russian people that are quite normal, even those that have never even traveled outside Russia. Trust me, they exist. And there's no shortage of them. They're the ones that are trying to just stay quiet, as probably their predecessors have done for centuries. But it's gonna be an important question, and this is something that we established our think tank, Wind of Change Research Group, shortly after the invasion began, and one of our core objectives from the beginning was to try to look at the situation, try to make some assessments, and think about that future that now, as of today, as of last night, appears to be much, much closer to us than it seemed the day before, which is what happens after Russia collapses. What should we do as the civilized world to ensure that Russia goes through a complete paradigm shift societally, culturally, to the point to where Russia is never going to be a threat to the civilized world again? And this really feeds back into even, the tragedy that's happening in Ukraine right now. That is the best way to guarantee the security of the world, to help guarantee the security of the world. Of course, there are other bad actors in the world, and there will always be. But if we can remove Russia from that list, which is a nuclear power, that is going to be just probably the biggest progress we could make this century, potentially. It could be the progress of the century if we are successful in that.
I think there is a precedent in the past that has been shown from how to bring a culture which was very different from our own, back into the fold, and how to teach them to be good partners. That's the Japan after World War II.
Yeah, I mean that kind of reconstruction, right? The civilized world, right? The Allies, we were extremely successful with that reconstruction process in Japan. What did it require? Occupation, right? It required that we force the Japanese government to adopt a constitution written by the Americans. That's what happened with Japan after World War II.
Exactly, but I think
And
that I think that's what's going to happen with Russia. We need to change they will have to change pivotally to ensure that they become. We thought they changed back in the day when the wall fell. My brother was in Berlin playing basketball for a team, and when the wall fell, and he helped knock it down. It was epic when the wall fell, and we all thought things would change, but they didn't. They didn't change like we thought they would.
yeah, and East Germany changed, but Russia didn't. Belarus didn't, and uh, the, it's a tough question going forward. Uh, how there's gonna have to be a discussion of occupying Russia. That's gonna be a discussion that must take place once the Kremlin collapses, because that was a huge blunder uh,
Uh,
in
uh,
'91 when the Soviet Union collapsed.
are you
When
serious, Igor? I mean, is this a joke? I mean, you would need to defeat the Russian army, and NATO.
okay, that was quick. So, Pete,
Hey, Igor. I'm not sure if you spoke about this yet, but I'm speculating that Prigozhin is potentially setting himself up for a presidential run should he survive until next year. And what are your thoughts on that? And didn't one of your posts a while back, didn't Wind of Change predict a coup from this guy?
Wind of Change has continued to discuss in depth how Prigozhin is planning a coup over many months since last year. Yes. No, Prigozhin is not going to wait for any kind of elections. There are no elections in Russia. It's all fraud. And it's whoever controls the Kremlin that controls the elections. So there's no sense in Prigozhin actually even trying to pretend to run for president. If Prigozhin is to be successful in taking power from Putin, it's going to be an overthrow. And it's going to be an overthrow with his allies in all the different security services and the military, which, by all indications, that is not out of the question. He's been extremely brazen, and he's not dead. I mean, he's been calling for a public execution by firing squad of the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff. He's been doing it publicly for weeks, and he's not dead. So he has, at this point, it appears to be like absolute confidence that he himself physically is safe. Uh, his own intelligence service. So Wagner has its own intelligence service. in the interview from June 5th, which is translated. You can see it there at the top of the post, at the top of this Twitter space. He actually said he has access to satellite intelligence as well. So I don't know. Maybe somebody can speak to it. I know you're not an astronaut, Pete, even though you have that image. It says that you are not on the profile, but it's just an interesting coincidence. If anybody knows whether Wagner had paid any company to launch a satellite that they own, that's an interesting question. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, I doubt he would have a satellite, but he can probably purchase under an alias of public domain images, as everybody else does, or he might even have people in intelligence services of Russia or other countries. But I doubt he has his own satellites.
Well, how much does it cost to launch a satellite and to actually, buy one? For him, it's an affordable enterprise because I would think he easily has well over $10 billion.
Well, a satellite will probably cost a few $1,000,000, and based on the launch market, is probably going to be another 100 million to get into an optimal orbit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's definitely very doable with that kind of wealth. I mean, he's been plundering Africa for close to 10 years, and he has control of a bunch of rare mineral mines, and just based on public reporting, he was generating over $1 billion per year from some select number of mines. And he was a billionaire before he went to Africa.
But with the money, no matter how much money he has, there's no way he can get a satellite up there without somebody noticing. Because everybody keeps an eye on it through thermal imaging cameras. Anybody can see any launch at any time.
Yeah, but Russia launches satellites.
True, but those are
Everything is
MOD
corrupt in Russia.
satellites, and I would suspect that he only has access to those satellites and not anything from his own private stash.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Yeah. Now, at the end of the day, it probably doesn't really matter, but it was just an interesting thought because he specifically talked about satellites. Okay, so let's see what else is happening now. So I want to reiterate my point of view. Prigozhin is not going to leave Rostov. He's going to hold the 1 million population, Russian civilians, hostage. He's going to blockade the city. He's going to fortify the city. He's going to hold that city. And I don't think the coup is actually going to end. He's either going to succeed spectacularly or fail spectacularly. It's just not going to, just whimper out like him announcing that he's leaving while he's winning.
I think he's going to try to build up his public profile through this and that continued military action so that when the time comes to reactivate the coup, he can have more of the population on his side.
Okay, so this is interesting. There appears to be Russian armor, including tanks, movements. Essentially, what seems to indicate they're beginning to move Russian armor. The Kremlin is beginning to move Russian armor back to their previous places before deployment against Wagner, which plays right into Prigozhin's hands if he's actually not leaving. And meanwhile, that bridge that was disconnected south of Moscow at Kolomna. That's one of the three key bridges that lead to Moscow from the south. Russian Kremlin-controlled soldiers are not leaving. They're remaining in place. So in Rostov, people are taking turns. Civilians are taking turns climbing on tanks and taking photos with the Wagner tank with large red Z letters.
What are the tactical or strategic implications regarding the war in Ukraine with this? Because I'm pretty sure Kremlin's going to have to take some forces off the board to solidify Moscow. Like, how is this going to affect the actual war effort?
1 second. So implications for Ukraine, I think, are just phenomenal. I really, it became, to me, right? Of course, I may be wrong, but my instinct says that Russia has lost the war as of last night. The front lines will begin to collapse, I think, in pretty rapid order. They might still hold on for a while, but then it's just not. I don't see any way that the Kremlin can continue to wage war. Like, Russia's chief of the general staff, the top general in charge of the war, is in hiding, possibly in the city of Rostov, which is occupied by Wagner. If that's true, if he failed to escape the city, once Wagner finds him, what are they gonna do? They're gonna march him to the center square and execute him by firing squad, guaranteed. If they find Gerasimov, they have. So the Russian military had very, very incompetent leadership up until yesterday. Now the Russian military has no leadership at all. Shoigu has been completely silent too. And the further demoralization that this would cause any Russian soldiers that are still deluded by the idea that they're fighting for their, like, protecting Russia and fighting their war against NATO, it's going to further demoralize them when they don't have their top general even. And the Minister of Defense is missing in action as well. So this is going to strain all Russian military operations. They are going to struggle even more with logistics. So, previously, at least some basic things were being done in terms of logistics, right? So, like, the trains were getting loaded, the trains were moving with supplies, fuel, munitions for the Russian war effort in Ukraine. And that was done under the leadership that was, imagine, right, a chicken that's really, really stupid. Now, the Russian military is a chicken literally with its head cut off. It's still gonna run around for a brief period of time, and then it's gonna fall over.
I'm also curious about the grander geopolitical perspective. Like, say, what does the Chinese think about it? Because they haven't really said much, and all their propagandists are staying silent until the CCP puts out their party line, and then it's just, what does everybody else think that are typically friendly with Moscow?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very interesting. There's really nothing stopping China from just creating a pretext and moving into Russia and start occupying cities. In the far east of Russia, I mean, that's just a natural resource gold mine there. Very little population. Russia clearly has no capability to militarily defend itself. What you can talk about how both Russia and China are nuclear powers, but really, who in Russia would launch a nuclear missile at China when they don't even know if it will work? When China is also a nuclear power, I have always been, since the beginning of the invasion, and still am, a huge skeptic with regards to any kind of actual nuclear attack from Russia. It's just, there are way too many obstacles to the nuclear attack taking place, even if Putin were to order such a strike. It still goes through a chain of command. And I mean, Wind of Change has touched on this a bunch of times over the past year and a half. In the FSB letters, the military doesn't have the confidence of that first the system will work properly, because they've done, actually, like, since last year there were multiple missile tests. So it was essentially the kind of missiles that Russia would launch that can with an equipped warhead, but they were launching these missiles without the nuclear warhead as tests, right, to see whether they can strike the target and all that. They reportedly all failed. So the Russian military, I don't think, has any confidence that they can execute a nuclear attack on Ukraine with a weapon. The Zaporozhye nuclear power plant is a different story. They could definitely just blow that up, and it would be insane. And it's it wouldn't be that surprising anymore after what's happened with Kakhovka Dam in near Kherson, because Russian soldiers have definitely significantly mined the nuclear power plant. And they're just waiting. If such an order comes, I believe that trigger they would pull. In terms of using an actual missile with a nuclear warhead, it's all risks for Russia. Something that Wind of Change talked about is it gives Russia zero benefit, zero advantages in terms of any kind of outcomes from doing that. Russia will gain no benefit whatsoever militarily or politically. It would be, I think Wind of Change said, it would be an admission of weakness, and that basically that they've lost. But technically, on a technical level, there is no confidence in the Russian military that such a launch is even possible in terms of it being successful, that everything will work as it should, and there would be a nuclear detonation. And the second problem is, as the Patriot systems have exemplarily shown in Ukraine, Patriots can shut down ballistic missiles. So Kinzhal is it's a ballistic missile, right? It's a fast. I mean, like all ballistic missiles are so-called hypersonic. So it doesn't make Kinzhal any different from any other ballistic missile for the most part. But Patriot systems are capable of shutting them down. So there's just way too many obstacles and unknowns for Russia to ever succeed in conducting a nuclear attack at this point. Everything is just corrupt and dysfunctional and non-functional.
It's interesting that you bring up that the Chinese might just take land as Russia has done. Personally, I'm not in favor of them doing so because I am anti-dictatorship in all regards, and that includes the Chinese dictatorship, and I wouldn't want them to gain anything out of this war.
No, absolutely. It's I'm just trying to, if you, I definitely haven't given this much thought, but like as I'm thinking about it now, like what would be the international response to China taking a Russian city right on the border, right, doing a creep, uh, creating some kind of a pretext, right, especially with this chaos that's going on. I mean, China could easily say like um, they were attacked or what have you, right? Do some kind of false flag that like use Russia's playbook or use Putin's playbook. It's gonna be um, half dozen, six on one side, half dozen the other, or whatever the saying is. Like everything is gonna be sort of split in the middle. There are two sides. All those kind of discussions happening. Um, nobody's gonna go to war against China because China is gonna take a, a city from Russia on the border, like across the river. Of course, they shouldn't, but it's just more. The more this chaos continues in Russia, the more of a freebie it is for China. Hi, Daniel.
Although I can hear you.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, no, I just wanted to ask, uh, excuse me for that. I just wanted to ask your thoughts more generally. So, like, my wife is actually of Ukrainian descent. She was born in Moscow. Her father was born in Ukraine. So I've been trying to watch this as closely as possible to try to figure out what a potential off ramp could be. So I was curious, in like if we were to look at this, say, fr looking out to 2030, the year 2030, do you believe that this conflict is still ongoing or it's resolved one way or another by then?
I think with this development, as of the last 24 hours, with Prigozhin's ongoing coup in Russia, the dynamic has really changed. I don't think that there's going to be an ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine in 2030. It was certainly a distinct possibility before yesterday, I think. But this is the kind of cataclysmic event that will precipitate highly unpredictable um, consequences and developments. But I think that they all tend to lead down to the same conclusion, regardless of how it happens, which is Putin is going to lose his throne. And, like with so many developments now happening over the 24 hours, although, I mean, we've been talking about Prigozhin plotting a coup against Putin for more than half a year, it's still not something that we've gamed out of what can happen next with Prigozhin as a key player himself, because there was always, that thinking that Putin would not be incompetent enough with all his security services to allow it to happen. He would just get rid of Prigozhin. But I mean, I think as of right now, Prigozhin's life is probably safer than Putin's life, I think.
Okay, if I could
Uh,
ask kind of a point of clarification, right? So, because Prigozhin and Wagner exist as like a paramilitary group that's not part of the Russian military, correct? And the Russian military is presently under the control of Shoigu, right? We agree on that? Okay.
yep.
And so I see a categorical distinction between a defection and a mutiny by somebody like Shoigu that would be able to control at least some portion of the Russian army. And that was and as opposed to Wagner with their conscript army, their fusion of like former FSB embeds and former military embeds that man the artillery equipment, and the conscript army that they get primarily from Russian prisons. So, I'm not. What I'm trying to suggest is that I believe I think it was 1991 when there was an attempted coup following following the collapse of the Soviet Union. I believe that the individual involved was a general and represented some faction of the formal Russian military.
And so, what's the question?
So I
Clarification?
think that I think what I'm trying to say, like we're in agreement that it's not a branch of the military that's moving against Putin. It's an outside.
Well, no.
Yeah,
So,
that's what
okay.
I'm trying to
So,
clarify.
it gets a little more actually nuanced than that, because Prigozhin has allies at the highest echelons inside the MOD. The same goes for probably all the security services like the FSB, the GRU, the SVR, etc. So he's built this shadow network of people that are loyal to him. That's why Shoigu couldn't kill him. He tried to assassinate him reportedly just a few days back. So he has a very strong grip on what's going on inside the Kremlin's security structures, including the MOD, and he has his people there. And there's no doubt he has political allies on his side against Putin as well. So non-military, but political sphere, and there's always going to be that gray area because a lot of these people that are strong in the political sphere in Russia, they are former or current intelligence officers, right? So it all gets a little gray, but um, I don't think that there's going to be much of a distinction. Just like, right, it's hard to even make that. It's not a black and white distinction that Prigozhin is not part of the Russian military. On paper, he's not. He, right, he does not. He's not subjugated under the Ministry of Defense on paper. I mean, that's where he was getting all of his armor and munitions, his armament. So he would coordinate operations on the front with Russian military units. And another thing to keep in mind, because I think this is something that might be um, it's probably causing some misunderstanding and confusion among the public as to who who comprises Wagner, like who the mercenaries are in the Wagner PMC, because it was such a public um, item in terms of his constant recruitment of tens of thousands of convicts, inmates from Russian prisons for months. So that is not the core of what the Wagner mercenaries are. He has, it appears to be tens of thousands. Right, it's difficult to pinpoint the exact number of how strong his force is. One number that was thrown out by Kremlin propagandist Solovyov yesterday, when he was asking Prigozhin to stand down and come back to Ukraine and fight on the front, he said, he quoted that he cited the number 25,000. That's how many Wagner mercenaries Prigozhin withdrew from Ukraine to attack Russia. So if we just go by that number, whether it's true or not, but just assume that maybe it's around 25,000 mercenaries that he has, a tiny, tiny fraction that's probably negligible at this point are those inmates. So he released, according to Prigozhin, he released from their contract, they served out the 6 months based on the contract. He released 32,000 of those convicts back into the wild, into Russia, and they have put pardons from Putin. So that number, again, right, that's the number we can work off of. It may be real, it may be complete overinflated as to how many convicts survive. Maybe it's a lot less. But, one thing that's for certain, tens of thousands of those convicts died. Those are the mercenaries Prigozhin sacrificed in Bakhmut. He's been playing a very long and a very smart game from the very beginning, since the invasion began, which was he did not deploy his professional mercenaries in any large numbers in Ukraine. He was holding them back in the rear and in commanding roles. So they were commanding the convict assault squads, but those mercenaries were not just going through no man's land on foot like the convicts were. He saved his force. The videos that have appeared so far, for example, from Rostov, where you see Prigozhin, he made his first public speech, which is, we translated. It's on my page. His first public address at the Southern Military District headquarters. You can see everybody there is a professional mercenary. He's been recruiting special operators, especially, right? It's these guys are Russian special forces who get paid way more by working for Wagner than they do for the Russian government. That's why Wagner has been so attractive to the cream of the crop of the Russian soldiers and operators to join Wagner for years. This is why they're so effective, I think, and they were able to plan this coup out to a T. This operation of taking Rostov and then heading to Moscow is something that Wagner has been planning for months. They were very efficient in the first 24 hours that we observed. I mean, they did everything right. They knew which military bases to take. They knew how to split up their forces, because there were columns that were going toward Rostov from Ukraine, but there were also columns that went directly to Voronezh from Ukraine, much more north. So these military movements were exquisite. And all along the way, like, who is that Spartacus? Right? I mean, that story of Spartacus, how he would go through the land as a former slave and just continue to recruit more former slaves. That's what Prigozhin is doing, but in an evil way. But he's recruiting all along the way as he moves Russian army soldiers from military units, police officers. They're subordinating cops into their structure. They're subordinating even FSB border guards. They moved to Prigozhin. Um, Rosgvardia, even, I heard. So, back to that original point you were making, um, a coup by Prigozhin is no different than a coup by some general because he's got a bunch of generals in his
Okay,
pocket.
I thank you very much for your detailed analysis. I think that there's several points where we overlap. Like my analysis of the Wagner group is very similar to yours. Is that they have a core group of, it's hard to say exactly, but somewhere between 10,000, 20,000 professionals, right? And these guys stay alive. And then there's a second category that they recruit that are entirely expendable from their standpoint. And some of the video that I was watching was these guys would get sent out in like groups of 3 into like a trench over the trenches so they could get shot by artillery shells. So then the professional guys could detect where the artillery was being where the muzzle was discharging with thermal optics, and then zoom in on that. So it's almost a form of mind clearing using the convicts as fodder, so to speak. So I do agree with you that there's at least 10K professionals in the Wagner army. I think the what I wanted your analysis or your perspective on was a theory that I heard, which is that over the past couple of weeks, Russia has been trying to unify Ukraine, all of the different forces that are fighting in Ukraine, under a unified command. And that's part of the reason why they were getting this new legislation that was requiring the private military services to sign formal contracts saying that they're reporting to Shoigu specifically. And Shoigu and Prigozhin have problems. And so this seems to be like it's Prigozhin saying, I will never serve under Shoigu. But the question that I have for you is Prigozhin also saying, I will never serve on the front lines or send my mercenary guys, the quality guys, into battle in Ukraine underneath at all, right? Not we're not going back in. We're done. Or are they going to be back in there on the vanguard, trying to take back Kharkiv or something along those lines? As Russia tries to prepare like their narrative going into the NATO summit next month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you bring up this and the very interesting development, right? So that was on, I believe, June 10th or so that Shoigu announced that by July 1st, all volunteer corps, like private military companies that exist in Russia, which is over 40. That was official information from the MOD. They said there are over 40 such organizations, such groups. They have to sign contracts with the MOD to get subordinated. I am of the view, pretty strong view, that that development was directly precipitated by Prigozhin's public 1-hour interview, which he released. It's a direct populist address to the Russian population, to the Russian nation. It's pinned the first post in this Twitter space. You can watch that hour-long interview with English subtitles. Those English subtitles are precise to a T. It took dozens of hours, so I've definitely have had plenty of Prigozhin these weeks. But in that interview, Prigozhin just crossed every single red line you could imagine. He called for a public execution by firing squad of Gerasimov and Shoigu. And he said there will be a revolution if that doesn't happen. He was very direct. Because that interview is probably what convinced Putin that he no longer controls Prigozhin. June 5th. Prigozhin laid out his cards That was his public proclamation that he no longer serves Putin. Putin cannot control him. Directly attacking and calling for the execution of Putin's two top generals is an attack on Putin personally, without question. Because in Russia, right, that empire mindset, that totalitarian mindset that unfortunately, people are ingrained with, in the head of the state is the state. They equate Putin with the state. A lot of the common uneducated people, that's just how they see it. Putin is the state itself. Putin is the nation. Putin is the Ruski Mir. Putin is the pride. You cannot say Putin is bad. There are plenty of uneducated, backwards people like that in Russia that comprise, a significant portion. It's not a majority by any means, but Prigozhin did not call out for Putin's execution directly, not to spook those dumb people because he wants their support too. But anybody with a brain can see that interview directly attacks and challenges Putin's reign. So that's what precipitated Shoigu just 5 days later to announce that they are forcing all PMCs to sign contracts to be subordinated to come under control of Shoigu. That was directly, pointed at Prigozhin. That's the largest PMC that there is, without any equal or anybody even close to it out of those other 40. So, it's important to see this in the context of the sequence of events. And as soon as Shoigu announced that, Prigozhin famously said, if Shoigu tries to take Wagner, he will die. Then a few days go by, and Putin himself was forced to make a public statement in support of Shoigu's plan to subordinate PMCs, and Putin basically tried to publicly nudge Prigozhin to comply, and Prigozhin didn't. It has, for Shoigu, that really had nothing to do with the success on the front line. That was already them trying to prevent this coup, I think. But they just completely misjudged and underestimated Prigozhin. Prigozhin keeps saying Shoigu doesn't care about the developments on the front line in the context of, in terms of priorities. What Shoigu cares most about, and the same goes for Gerasimov, is to retain their position of power. So every action that Shoigu takes is to advance his security of holding power as the defense minister. Prigozhin specifically said that after the initial failures of the invasion in the beginning of last year, people like Shoigu and Gerasimov were shaking in their boots, terrified, thinking that Putin is going to axe them. But Putin didn't. Putin didn't axe anybody. And so that gave Shoigu and other generals the confidence that no matter how incompetent they are militarily, they're not going to lose power. And they've been playing this game for the last year and a half. So I think that's the important perspective to consider. I mean, going forward, Russia has lost the war in Ukraine. I have now, with these developments over the past 24 hours, I've never been more confident that Ukraine will successfully liberate all its territories, Crimea, Donbass, everywhere, all the way to, the Russian border.
Okay, But
It's
when you say that, are you assuming that the Russian troops leave voluntarily?
so I remember you mentioned like whether Prigozhin is going to go back to Ukraine. I think there's no chance that Prigozhin is going to take Wagner troops back to the front lines in Ukraine. I think it's
Okay,
zero.
no, I mean, because I'm genuinely interested because I heard that the Ahmed
Mhm.
group was moved in similarly, and then there's also rumors of the Ahmed group um, moving out. So,
So
yeah.
Ahmad, there is at least some kind of contingent of the Ahmad special forces, so-called special forces battalion that was moving in a very um, unhurried way. They were in no rush at all. They were just stuck in traffic jams with regular cars and their military equipment um, for hours on the way to Rostov to apparently have a face-off with Wagner. Um, so they were still moving in that direction in Russia toward Rostov as of even a few hours ago. Um, Ahmad's so Kadyrov's um, mercenary soldiers, and also one thing to point out a distinction: um, Kadyrov's soldiers are subordinated to the Rosgvardia, which is the Russian National Guard, which is directly controlled by Putin, not the MOD. So the Russian National Guard reports directly to Putin. Kadyrov's forces are part of the Russian National Guard, part of Rosgvardia. Um, Kadyrov's forces are a non-factor militarily, so they're really more for show. They have not engaged in any battles. The initial battles they tried to engage in near Kiev at the very beginning, they got annihilated. And then they haven't faced any battles even. They haven't gone to the front lines. They're always standing in the rear, taking their TikTok videos, promoting
Yep.
Kadyrov.
So you see
So
them as less likely to go to the front lines than PMC Wagner.
I neither are going to go to the front lines. I don't think Wagner is going to go to the front lines in Ukraine. Kadyrov's forces are also not going to go to the front lines in Ukraine. Those are their personal mercenaries. They're not going to lose their personal protection like that.
Got it. I hear you. So then is the you see the Russian military continuing on without them?
So there's probably going to be some attempts, right? Um, but it's going to fall apart. I really think that in the coming days and weeks, uh, the Russian front lines are just going to fall apart. There's going to be huge breaks within the ranks, uh, and I mean they already had the entire situation was chaotic and a fiasco before this coup. On the front lines on the Russian side, they were getting um, like there was a warehouse that was destroyed by Ukrainian armed forces using, I believe, Storm Shadow in the rear. They destroyed a warehouse with thousands of tons of munitions. Um, so, with the Western military support that Ukraine continues to receive, um, they're really able to, uh, start acting like a 21st century military force. Although it's never enough in terms of the armament that they need, but Ukrainian military is no longer a former Soviet military like the Russians are. So um, they're going to be very effective and smart about it. The West is, I'm sure, providing excellent intelligence of targets to strike and advice and guidance to the Ukrainian general staff, and the kind of um strategy recommendations that as ideas that uh, our military might have in these kind of situations. There's huge support there, so it's just not sustainable. My view of the trajectory of this war before the coup was that this counteroffensive, although I was always hopeful, right, that Russians would just start retreating and surrendering, and the front line would just collapse on its own. So far that hasn't happened, but so Ukraine is going to continue to apply that pressure throughout the front line. And, the fighting methods are very different. For Ukraine, it's absolutely vital, both morally, ethically, and militarily, to ensure maximum survival of Ukrainian soldiers, because Ukraine's population is 2.5 times less than Russia. So um, Ukraine, right? Even something that we touched on, I touched on before as a segue here. Ukraine culturally, even though it was a country subjugated under the Soviet Union, right? It was not part of the Russian Empire going back, many centuries. And so these are people that understand what freedom is. They're independent thinkers. It's ingrained in that culture. That nurture is completely opposite of what Russia has, even though both are former Soviet republics. So back to my thoughts were before the coup attempt that eventually the Russian front lines will break and Ukraine will succeed, but it will be very tough and very bloody. I think with this coup now on the forefront, there's probably going to be a lot less blood spilled for Ukrainians to recapture all the territory, and it's probably going to happen much faster than it would have otherwise.
And you see them taking back, taking back all of Crimea, like Black Sea Fleet leaving Sevastopol.
Yeah. So Crimea is something that it's pretty clear very, very early on after Russia failed in its attempt to take Kiev and began massive retreats back to Belarus and Russia. When that happened, um, Ukrainians, I think, at the very top, like President Zelensky, and it's supported by the overwhelming majority of the Ukrainian population. The decision was made, no matter what, um, Ukraine must retake Crimea. And I haven't seen any indications that that goal has been changed or moved.
That I just wanted to be clear. I just wanted to make sure that we're kind of clear on what the underlying goals are. So the goal is still to cut back. I mean, obviously to cut back the land bridge because we're talking about pushing the Russian troops. And so we're still those 3 lines of defense that has the Dragon's Teeth, the anti-tank ditches, the 3 belts of minefields. The plan is still to head through that over the next, what do you think, couple of weeks, couple of months, couple of years?
Um, I don't think it will take years anymore, right? It's going to happen. I think there's going to be huge progress by the end of the year. I think it's become extremely plausible that Ukraine will be able to retake Crimea this year at this point now, after these 24 hours. So once Crimea's land bridge is cut off, Russia can no longer hold on to Crimea because the Kerch Bridge is going to get blown up very easily by Ukrainians at this point. They're just probably going to wait until the majority of the Russian civilians that have come to occupy Crimea and live on stolen land and stolen homes until those civilians leave. And then they will blow up the Kerch Bridge, and there will no longer be a land bridge to the north of Crimea. At that point, unless I am more inclined to think that all the Russian forces currently stationed in Crimea are going to retreat along with the civilians, if not before the civilians, then stay back and try to hold on to it once the land bridge is gone. Because if they stay, their only option is going to be to surrender or get killed.
Wait, let
Because
me ask your thoughts on something different, right? So, if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like if by the time the winter starts, that the battle lines are where they are today, that would be considered a win for Russia. But you're not anticipating that to happen. You're anticipating what to happen is that because of the events of the past 24 hours, that there'll be a general morale breakdown, and that their ability to defend their positions will be lessened. And then Ukraine has sufficient amount of troops, a sufficient amount of weapons received and in the pipeline that by the time the winter comes, they will have made at least significant progress towards severing the land bridge with Crimea, if not have retaken Crimea completely. Is that a fair assessment of your position?
yeah, I think so. I mean, right now, the Russian military doesn't have a minister of defense or the chief of the general staff. They're missing. So it's total chaos. And I don't like the Russian military is going to become more and more dysfunctional in these coming days and weeks. It's not something they can just like recover from.
Yeah, but I think what I'm trying to discuss is like what would be some observable metrics that we could use to decide progress in the future. I mean, to decide progress in the future, right? So if we take the battle lines where they are today, and we say that in 1 year from now, if the battle lines are still being drawn here, then we've got to that's something that that would mean that the Russians pulled their military together and were at least able to hold the lines, right, from their standpoint. And
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if Ukraine right now is unable to make any progress, and it turns into a frozen conflict, then Russia, right, has been able to maintain the status quo in terms of the territory. Um, it, you know, I'm not a military expert, right? So, in terms of providing any kind of specific uh, lines in the sand and what that means and what the consequences are of that kind of event specifically, I can't get into that because I don't know. But it's I think these events are just so much more cataclysmic that are happening in Russia right now that Russia is going to be much more worried about other things beside its invasion of Ukraine. That's not going to be a priority anymore.
yeah, look, I hear you. I'm just my only goal is to try to map out what the potential future options could be, and then what the likelihood of each of those options actually are, and then what can be done to influence the events, right? If it's something that we want to happen, what can we do to encourage it? If something we don't want to happen, what can we do to minimize the likelihood of it happening? Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think, right, like, so, I mean, all the military planning can be done, and then, right, everything changes all the time, and things don't go as planned. Sometimes it's much better than it was planned, like Ukrainian counteroffensive in the Kharkiv region, in the Kharkiv Oblast. I mean, that was surprising to the Ukrainian armed forces themselves, how much land they could retake because Russians just kept retreating and retreating for like hundreds of kilometers. So um, it's, I think, I don't think that getting into this kind of discussion or out into the future is productive in any way. I think the focus should be on ensuring maximum support for Ukraine by us, by the United States and our allies around the world, and making sure that Ukraine can get the F-16s as fast as possible, making sure Ukraine can get all the munitions they need, all the technologies, all the systems, small diameter bombs. I don't know if they've been used already. I mean, but those are that's phenomenal tech that's really cheap with a pretty good range. Ukraine just needs equipment that can hit farther and harder. That's all Ukraine really needs, because um, once all the logistics paths, the railroads and the depots, the warehouses, once Russia has its rear destroyed, the front lines cannot help but collapse because they won't have anything to fight with. Um, and that's really sort of the big advantage that Ukraine, I think, right now has compared to Russia, as Ukraine continues to receive that kind of tech, because Russia doesn't really have uh, long distance precision guided weapons like that Ukraine isn't capable of shutting down anymore. Right at the beginning of the invasion, that was the case, to where, I mean, Ukraine is estimated to have suffered over $1 trillion in infrastructure damage at this point, because it didn't have their defense systems initially. So I think our focus just should be straight up on, right, as civilians, as uh, people that are watching this, is to continue to think like what we can do, even on an individual level, to uh, ensure that the West support continues for Ukraine, because Putin is not gonna, like, that scenario seems to be almost out the window, right? Just because of this last development of the coup. But if, God forbid, somehow Ukraine um, is overrun by Russia, Putin is going to keep going. He's not going to stop at Ukraine. So it seems to be old news by this point, because I think that the likelihood of that has just plummeted to near zero at this point.
Hey, can I ask you your thoughts on something else? It seems that your analysis is completely dependent on the idea that Russia and Putin specifically, right, will never use a nuclear weapon, like whether in conflict or as a propaganda tool, like setting it off in the Arctic just so people can see a mushroom cloud. Um, I'm interested to understand why you think that's unlikely. Is that the military would not go along with it? Is it that they're not functional? Is it that the air defense system is now strong enough that they would be intercepted? What's the reason why that element of the risk assessment is considered negligible?
Well, I have never ever said that, like, Putin wouldn't test a nuclear weapon in the Arctic. I don't know where you got that from. In terms of using a nuclear weapon militarily, uh, my view is that there are only downsides and no upsides for Putin himself personally, as well as the existing Kremlin regime. There are just too many obstacles through the process of needing of the launch itself, um, that are just way too risky. I mean, there's no reward for doing it. Obviously, with the recent developments, right, like President Biden even said that there's an actual a tangible concern, and that's the first time that was just happened this past week on Monday. That's the first time that kind of sounding alarm was made by President Biden with regards to Putin. Clearly, they came from some kind of intelligence that it's now on the table, right? So, a couple of days ago, was it? Bipartisan resolution introduced by Senator Blumenthal and Senator Graham to essentially declare any use of a nuclear weapon, including blowing up of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, as an attack on NATO because of the nuclear fallout inevitably reaching NATO territory, and necessitating the invocation of Article 5. Right? That's definitely a clear escalation in the planning that's happening behind the scenes in the Kremlin regime. Otherwise, Biden wouldn't have said that, and our senators wouldn't be raising such alarm about it. So, yeah, I mean, my position since the beginning of the invasion has always been that it's not something that can plausibly happen. I'm still of the view that I don't think it's very plausible. The exception, right, is the Zaporizhia power plant, and I think that's probably what our governments are much more concerned about, is Russia blowing up the nuclear power plant instead of using actual nuclear missiles. That's sort of my take on it, and that I do think Russia is capable of doing. They've already shown that they're capable of causing a massive catastrophe by blowing up the dam. I mean, that is, in some ways, it's not very different in terms of its effects, at least in that local area, as compared to a nuclear catastrophe. There's gonna be all that land, all that farmland was destroyed. People, it's another instance of genocide. At least hundreds of people have died. God knows how many animals. That I mean that the territory in that region is going to take, I don't know how many years, if not decades or hundreds of years, to recover from this flood. So clearly Russia is capable of doing that. Maybe the saving grace is that relative to a nuclear power plant, all the damage of the Kakhovka Dam stays strictly within the borders of Ukraine. That's not going to be the case if Russia destroys the nuclear power plant. And that seems to be the West's position, that they're considering those borders as a total red line. Radiation escaping to NATO land is an attack on NATO.
Look, I mean, I hear you on that, but what I'm trying to figure out is, so you think that the Russian Navy abandoned Sevastopol before before the Russian military uses a nuclear weapon of any kind?
Yeah, so I don't. Which like whether they blow up the Zaporizhia power plant first or the Black Sea Fleet goes. Like, what's the difference? I'm not clear on what you're trying to say.
So it's like, I mean, this could just be a cultural misperception that I have of like the Russian people. But my kind of understanding is that the Russian people are hyper focused on strength, and that culturally, going back centuries, in particular because of the invasions of Napoleon and Hitler, that and how many men that they lost in each of those, especially World War II.
Yeah, but so my point is,
what I'm trying to, yeah.
if Russia were to blow up the nuclear power plant and Russia were to withdraw the Black Sea Fleet somewhere, why does the order of which they do first matter?
Oh no, I mean, me personally, I think they use the nukes before they ever leave Crimea. Like the Russian military has been in.
Oh, so you're thinking like Russia is intent on holding Crimea no matter what.
That's what
So no,
that's what I'm trying to
so
figure out. It's because
yeah, no,
I
okay.
mean
So
but here's
there's a
the thing.
very
But
easy answer to
this is the
that.
question, right? So
Yeah,
so
yeah. So
no
there's a
no.
very
But if I
simple
could
answer to
clarify the
that.
question, right? So like my understanding is that Sevastopol's been in Russian hands, roughly speaking, since like 1780s. Uh, and obviously went into
Yeah, no.
Soviet
So
and
like it's not gonna.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my answer is not gonna depend
All right.
on any of these further clarification. Russia has given up on Crimea already by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam because Crimea can only get fresh water through that dam, which is now gone, or like through regular transport, rail or ships or what have you. There is a reservoir that was full at the time they blew up the Kakhovka Dam in Crimea. That is expected to last 2 months. So, in the current reality, Crimea as a peninsula, Russians are not going to be able to continue to maintain regular life with like farmland and all that. So there's going to be shortages of water, even if they try to bring in water through other means. Uh, it's almost like right, like so. Russia using a nuclear weapon is just a clear demonstration of Russia's weakness and loss. Blowing up that Kakhovka Dam is also a clear demonstration of Russia's weakness, and it exposes what they're thinking. They have accepted that they're going to lose Crimea. So if they just like start evacuating all the civilians and just keep the military presence in Crimea, right? Like the water shortage thing is not going to be an issue. But what is the point? It's just to maintain their military bases there. So that point of pride of having Crimea as part of the Russian sort of like almost national identity, they've thrown that out the window the minute they blew up the Kakhovka Dam.
So I'm just trying. I'm just want to understand your position. I'm just trying to hear as many different sources today as possible. I was on with like Mario and those guys earlier, and so I'm just trying to figure out is that if let's assume that Russia leaves Crimea, right? Then the Sevastopol naval base is now free for the West, right? And this is, you think that this is not, you think that any red lines that the Russians and Putin have drawn on this is
No,
irrelevant.
they're not going to be in any position. Um, I mean, what was none of their red lines are real. This is not about any kind of red lines or protecting the homeland or any of that. It's all made up, like propaganda talking points for the consumption of and regurgitation by like Kremlin assets in the West to sort of scare off um, the West. And it's a boogeyman. It's not. I mean, Finland uh, and Sweden are joining NATO, um, right on the border. Not they don't. Russia never has that kind of thinking because really, like, there was never. There's no real legitimate concern before this invasion started that like Putin or or people at the top of the Kremlin had that the West is like creeping up on the borders of Russia to attack Russia. That's just not the reality, right? Because it's clear that The West has never had any intention of going to war with Russia. Once Russia starts, invasions of Europe and genocide and threatens nuclear weapons, right? That calculus might change, but that's Russia's doing.
So like, I mean, because you seem like you actually listen to like the speeches, right? And obviously, what comes out of the Russian side is propaganda. But when I listen to the propaganda that's coming out of their side, it roughly divided into like two parts. Like there's parts for domestic consumption, and then there's parts for foreign policy consumption. And like I found it interesting earlier today when Uganda offered to send some troops up to be on Putin's side, because I joined the spaces with some Ugandan advocates who were trying to figure out how they could reverse the recent anti-homosexuality criminal laws that were just recently passed in Uganda. And the Russian propaganda on the ground of Uganda was that the United States was pushing a certain type of cultural agenda into other countries. And I've seen a lot of propaganda coming out of Russia, in particular, going back, I want to say about 6, 7 years ago, to when there was a constitutional amendment to give Putin more like dictatorial, like absolute power. And one of the main advertisements was a boy, like a boy from an orphanage that was getting adopted by a same-sex couple that would then sexually abuse him by the end of the commercial. And it's a type of propaganda that the West is fairly unfamiliar with. But one dimension of this propaganda war is a cultural component, and that the, what's your take on like how much like how well Western values are like, do you think that these cultural values are an issue by which the West might lose some countries in Africa to Russian propaganda?
I mean, this is such a tangent from the current discussion. Like, I could talk more about, right? Like, so Russian disinformation tactics, right? The active measures, something that I really think we in the United States must be much more vigilant and aware of, is how those operations are constructed and executed. Started because that hasn't changed. Putin is from the KGB. Those tactics by the FSB and other security services like the SVR uh, have not changed since the Soviet times because they're highly effective. And basically, it goes like this. Um, the entire security service intelligence apparatus in Russia comprises a giant portion of the total Russian population, right? A huge number of Russians work for the security apparatus and are involved. FSB training school includes an, an inordinate amount of time, like a year or something, of um, just like critical thinking, um, of subversive ideas against the West. So, and how to execute such subversion operations. They plan out a program that is at least one generation. So, for example, if there's a target country, let's say the United States, as an actual example of like what has happened, um, there were obviously all kinds of programs ongoing trying to uh, subvert. It's the goal is always to create an entire generation in a foreign country of people that are um, have a more positive view than the previous generation of Russia. That's the goal. And also, second, if they are able to create divisions and especially create pockets within the population that hate their own government, that's a huge success. It's done through subversive activities of infiltrating the academia, textbooks, news, right? Leveraging, taking advantage of the freedom of speech that free countries have in the West to, really conduct serious information operations on the population without really any consequences because of that freedom of speech. And then when the Soviet Union collapsed in '91, it was pretty clear that those programs really just like subsided, right? The funding would have been cut. There was some chaos in the KGB, all kinds of changes in the country. Really, right? Like Russia was sort of falling apart after the collapse of the Soviet Union to where they didn't have the bandwidth to continue these active measures against Western countries. But then when Putin took power, he took power in '99. He was appointed president by Yeltsin. He didn't get elected. Then he orchestrated the bombings of apartment buildings in Moscow, blamed it on Chechens, rallied the country behind him as the savior of the country, playing on racial tensions, ethnic tensions, and then he won his election. So from then on, from like 2000, it's very clear that there have been massive, very well funded, very well planned information operations executed on the U.S. soil by Russia. And that has tragically been wildly successful in the United States. I think it's almost like the reaction that the Ukrainian armed forces had in the Kharkiv counteroffensive last year when they managed to just win back so much land so rapidly that they weren't expecting it themselves. That probably would have been the reaction in the Kremlin and the security services when they've seen how effectively they've been able to divide and transform the United States over just one generation. You know, if we look back to how we were in 2000 to how we are now, there's a huge segment of the population now in the United States that has an immeasurable distrust of the reality to where people don't believe anything. People can't trust anything. Like people have become sort of incapable of trusting the premise of a logical chain itself, right? If there is a truth that you can arrive at through factual logical chain, where each chain that leads up to that without having to use any kind of logical fallacies, right? If you can arrive to that truth, and you should be able to accept it as truth, but this is how Russia has fucked up a huge portion of the U.S. population to where people are no longer trusting of that process. And so it took less than a generation to accomplish. And it's very tragic, and it's going to take a very long time for, I think, the United States to recover. What's interesting is typically, right back to one generation, those programs by the Kremlin, they start from, targeting they do target all age groups of the population, right, from like infancy, childhood to growing up, for say like a program that goes for 20 years or 25 years. But you would expect those that were children that grew up being constantly like inflicted that information operations, being on the receiving end of those active measures for an entire throughout their lifetime from birth, would be the most affected. But that's not what happened in the US. In the US, the most affected group are seem to be more people that are middle aged, right? People that were also maybe struggling to deal with the technological transformation that was happening in the United States and around the world in developed countries, with proliferation of internet, all these new technologies. It can be something that's very overwhelming for an older person compared to a younger person, to where there was this, like, it seems to me that there were people that are like that middle-aged group segment of the population that just fell for it hook and sinker, to where they can't trust anything because maybe like they were victims of a scam online, right? Like there were so many things to where maybe like they were just much more susceptible to being scammed or conned or have negative experiences with technology one way or another, and then that built on everything to where they just don't trust anything. And that really, that is the number one goal of Russian disinformation that is used inside domestically to control the population. Because how do you maintain a docile population as a dictator? You do that by ensuring that regular people do not get involved in government. They stay away from the regime and they just go on their daily lives, and they are apolitical. They don't follow the news. They don't know what else is going on out there. They don't know what's going on in another city in Russia, and they don't care. It's very easy to build that if you have a totalitarian regime to begin with and you control mass information. The way that Putin has done that is the way that the Soviet Union used to do it. Again, tactics haven't changed, and that is by so the Kremlin pushes out just total and utter BS about everything in all directions, that especially when they control every single TV channel, right? You turn into a state of cognitive dissonance. Your head will even start hurting. You will start having a headache and like sort of um, like cloudiness in your head when you're trying to think, because all this information that's being bombarded at you is contradictory and doesn't make any sense. So when a certain event happens in Russia, you're gonna see Kremlin state propaganda issue a ton of completely contradictory narratives as news as to what happened. That turns off the population from wanting to listen, from wanting to be curious, from wanting to be involved, because they arrive at the conclusion that you can't trust anything. And so once you can't trust anything, the dictatorship is secure. The dictatorship is also a lot more secure from any kind of, like popular revolts. That just can't happen in Russia. People going out on the streets, that can happen, right? Like it's just there's no effect to it if barely anybody shows up to begin with. But if there was an actual movement that attempted to overthrow Putin, right, through violent means in Russia. That was like a grassroots movement somehow. It's very difficult to even start that because everybody will distrust everybody else. You will notice in Russia, nobody trusts anybody. And this is why they're conditioned to not trust anything and anyone. Societally. That is not intentional. Because if somebody comes in and says, hey, let's block some kind of a coup against Putin, you're gonna get terrified thinking he's out there to get you and get you put in prison by the FSB, which very well might be the case because they intentionally do that too and publish that information so that people know they can have. So that's my spiel on this information. We gotta be way more proactive in combating these methods because the methods that the government uses worldwide, it's not a secret. There's nothing hidden about it. It's all about it. It's in your face. If you know how it works, like this is the kind of, I would think, right in our education system in the United States, we should have like mandatory class, mandatory education for our school children to be able to study logic, study logical fallacies. It should be required to study how freedom of speech, because we're not going to take freedom of speech in the United States. So with that, if we're not taking away freedom of speech in the United States, we must arm our population. Like our population should have like full armor that just deflects any kind of dictatorship, totalitarian, foreign state propaganda by being able to identify and sort it out as soon as they see it out in the wild. That should be, I feel like, right, like with freedom come responsibilities. And so with freedom that we have of speech, it should be paired with responsibility to protect that freedom from abuse by foreign state actors. I agree 100% on the reforms of the U.S. education system to include mathematical logic. Like, that's exactly what you're talking about, right? So they can be able to parse through statements, to be able to separate the premises and the conclusions, and to be able to understand the differences and fallacies, so they can have the tools necessary to be able to see through propaganda. That's I was lucky enough that my university required incoming freshmen to take that class. That's by far not regular mandatory curriculum in high school. No, I mean, this has to be taught from elementary school, middle school, high school. There's nothing complicated about it. These concepts are, they have to be second nature to any person that lives in a democracy. Because it's our responsibility to protect our democracy from, everybody, from anybody, foreign and domestic, Okay, so I'm going to move on to Olga. I see Olga was just BBC journalist. Yes, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead. Thank you very much to the honorable panel, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I would also like to say a huge thanks for that interview which you translated. I assume with a company or with your like-minded colleagues, it's a truly incredible piece of work. And as somebody who has been doing fact-checking and writing stories for the BBC, I can just understand how what huge amount of work it took and what an important work it is. I can just echo the messages which you voiced earlier on the necessity of the education from the early stages of
230,000 letters to veterans of the Russian military.
is a front line in Ukraine, but it's hard for me to imagine he's going to ever deploy his professional mercenaries that he has just brought back to Russia to stay because he's going to need them a lot. Can you, okay, could you remind me of another question that you had, or questions that I haven't answered? I would be very hard pressed to learn that this group is over. I don't think it is. I don't think a group can end this way. Too many wheels have been put in motion. And it is clear that Prigozhin has significant levels of power in the Kremlin, in the security services, in the military, including generals who are loyal to him. Maybe that is what he's holding over his head. Maybe he's gonna try to get whatever agreement he made. There's something that the Kremlin is gonna have to do, and it's gonna be public, I think. So something Kremlin has agreed to do publicly in return for Prigozhin from causing this coup. One natural possibility of what that public event might be is what Prigozhin has been calling for publicly for weeks now, which is execution of Gerasimov and Shoigu by fire and sword. Maybe the Kremlin agreed to that. No, but this just for something disqualified the announcements of stating their positions, which is what we talk about. And also, it's quite interesting to observe what is he going to do in Belarus. I haven't heard anything about Belarus, so I missed that. What's happening in Belarus? So there was an official statement from Kremlin saying that Prigozhin agreed to go to Belarus and show the lands Gerasimov saying their positions. Really? Okay. So it sounds like these things are just not anymore, right? So we'll just have to see. I don't know. I'm just sharing it now, so I haven't had that chance to try to digest and arrive at any kind of conclusions of what this might mean. But it's very bizarre, right? So the question is what's the Lukashenko's role here, because at some point he stepped in and there was an announcement that President Lukashenko became like intermediary in those negotiations, and he managed to reach that agreement that Prigozhin is taking his guys back and he's going to Belarus, and yes, so yeah, it sounds just like a big circus. Sounds like a show. But it's just bizarre, right? Like, everything that's been happening in Russia has been bizarre, and this is again pretty bizarre. So I don't know, like, it's not, right, like, obviously there's no, like, compromise, I don't think that, like, Kremlin can hold over Shoigu, hold over Prigozhin, I'm sorry, at this point, that would, like, spook Prigozhin. very successfully in his coup against the Kremlin. Everything is going according to plan. They didn't have any setbacks in these first 24 hours. They've taken a city of 1.1 million in Rostov. They've taken or essentially turned another city of Voronezh into a non-factor on the way to Moscow, another 1.1 million population city. They've taken a ton of military equipment, including new tanks and new Panzer S-1 missile systems from those military bases that they raided. Everything was going according to plan. So there is no, on the face of it, the Kremlin didn't have any negotiating leverage with Prigozhin. Prigozhin had all the leverage. So with whatever agreement that was made, Prigozhin was able to negotiate from the point of strength, from the position of strength, and Kremlin was negotiating from the position of weakness, I would think. And so with that, you have to assume that right now, Prigozhin has all the cards. He's in control of the situation, and he has the upper hand. But something very conniving appears to be happening behind the scenes. Was there another question, maybe like more specific to events in Ukraine that you were asking? I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Well, I've been following the events in Ukraine quite tightly, but my question, I can't stop myself from asking this question. Are you speaking to media at all? Is it possible to reach you somehow? Apologies if I'm asking an inappropriate question. I hope it's polite enough to ask it here.
Oh no, of course. Oh God, we can take it offline.
Many thanks.
So that's not a problem at all. Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. I mean, would you mind providing your views, your insights? I've been talking for so many hours, my throat is going sore. So I think that there couldn't be a better positioned person to really try to take over. I'm adding you as a co-host.
Oh, thanks so much. I don't think I'm eligible because, well, we have the BBC have quite strict rules about this. I have to run it through the press office before, but I really appreciate it and I'm extremely grateful.
Could maybe you could cover the reporting, the BBC reporting, right? Not your personal views, but
yeah, all right. Thank you.
You could cover the BBC reporting and inform our audience of the developments. Right, so with all this attention on Prigozhin's coup, that has really sucked away the oxygen, the attention from what's happening and continues to happen in Ukraine. Right, the missile strikes on civilians are ongoing every single night for now hundreds and hundreds of days. Maybe there are some reports that you can share with our audience about insights, so that there's some human stories, so that people can see, have better understanding of even Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian people.
Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I can actually share one story. So the block of flats, one of the targets of today's missile strikes appeared to be a block of flats where a friend of mine lives in Solominsky district in Kiev. She shared video. Well, luckily she is safe, but her neighbors unfortunately have died. And it's been, I thought it's possible to get used to that during this year and a half of war, but I still can't. I don't know, Igor, how you managed to. I saw that you were born in Ukraine as well. I can assume it's quite personal for you also. And it is challenging to stay, distant while covering, obviously, the war at home. But as a BBC journalist, of course, I am staying distant, and I'm trying my best to put as much distance as possible. But when you ask about some personal stories, so yeah, that's a personal story. Another friend of mine's home was targeted. My home was bombed in the very beginning of this war. Luckily, my family is safe, but some of my neighbors did die. And it's been non-stop. So every day you wake up checking the addresses, trying to find out who is alive, and it's always scary. I still feel that very strange thing when I'm checking the addresses. I'm always scared to see familiar addresses or familiar names or familiar faces on those pictures. So obviously when I'm editing footage or when I'm checking what's going on, what happened, and verifying the footage of debris or bombed places, I'm always, hoping that I will not see anybody or anything that I know. But unfortunately, I keep seeing that. I did lose a couple of friends as well to this war. Many of my friends became soldiers. They have never thought of becoming soldiers. They have never wanted to, but then at some point they had to because they didn't have any choice, basically. I mean, there is always choice, right? It was always possible to escape to another country, to go somewhere. People are really empathetic, they appreciate, they help. But, some Ukrainians, they just can't leave. They feel it's my home, I have to defend. I'm different in this position because I'm international journalist. I'm based in London. I feel guilty for that. Yes, I do. But I totally understand that. Well, I can't be a soldier, but I can be a journalist. So I'm trying my best to do the best possible fact checking. And I believe that if we provide honest information, even if it is a painful information for me, let's say about corruption in Ukraine, also I always report, because I believe that if we're being honest with our audience will also appreciate it. And earlier you were speaking about trust, and I think that's something of vital importance in this war, because, and as in any war, and is in any peaceful status as well, because that's the only thing which can keep people going. Because if everything is ruined, it's a basement. If you don't have any basement, it's very easy just to go mad and to create chaos around. And we do need that basement, so trust must be that basement, but trust must be based on something as well. And hopefully it can be based on the facts which have been accurately checked and presented. And if you're being transparent of how you check that information, that yes, you're reporting something which is not pleasant for you as well. Like, it's not pleasant for me to read Russian Telegram channels of Wagner groups and of Russian military so-called bloggers. I do see a lot of lies there, and I feel, lots of negative emotions coming up to my throat when I read some horrible lies. But I understand that that's my job, to read it and to provide a very cold-minded, accurate fact-checking of where there is inaccuracy, why it is inaccuracy, let's say, or maybe there is accuracy, because today it was not possible to learn what was going on in Russia without reading those Telegram channels. So it's also quite useful. And you can see that, but when you apply critical thinking and mathematical logics, if you'd like, it is possible to understand and verify where are the facts, where are assumptions, and where is something which we actually don't know, but we can ask a question and we can raise the question about something we don't know and put it exactly as something with a question mark.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for that. I definitely, yes, I appreciate, that difficulty of the imperative need to do the very unnatural, the as a human being, of trying to disassociate yourself from the brutal realities of war and genocide and atrocities, to try to right? To continue to work towards making it end in a way to be able to capture more people's attention and inform them. Thank you so much for that, Jessica. I've been doing this space here for a while now. My throat is sore, and I haven't eaten anything yet. And I was wondering if you would mind taking over as the host. The only rule we have here is as soon as so no conspiracy theories or disinformation trolls. So we can just boot those kind of people if they happen to get the privilege of speaking. But that's really it. There is no structure to it. If you don't mind.
Oh, hi, Igor. Thanks for the offer. I was actually just popping by to listen in and happy to speak, but I don't actually have time to co-host for any like longer period of time. I was just listening in, and I also wanted when I saw that you were live, I wanted to thank you as well for your work throughout. I mean, throughout these horrible past year and a half, but also in the last day. Yeah, no wonder you've been working around the clock and translating literally and figuratively for a lot of people what's going on. So thank you for that. And sorry that I can't co-host properly. I've also, all potential assumptions aside, I'm not particularly social media savvy. I don't even know how to host in this app. So I'd probably end up accidentally hanging up on everyone.
No, but so like if you have some thoughts, some updates, right? Your work is extremely eloquent. It's very direct, very very clear in how you deliver um, the message. With regards to uh, the West's flaky positions, especially, and I think that our audience would be uh, very happy to hear it directly from you. Uh, your thoughts on the current events, and what
Sure.
what what the what our listeners can do to help. I think that's also an important point that we haven't touched on, but we should. But if you can give me like 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to share my thoughts, and you by all means have a cup of tea and a bite to eat.
No, that's
um,
perfect. Like if you can just hold
yeah,
the
carry
fort
on.
down for 10 minutes, that would be fantastic.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I'll give first my thoughts, and then second the what we can do and how we can help. So, firstly, everyone right now, it seems online, is talking about how with the announcement from Prigozhin of a deal and leaving Rostov, that this somehow means the quote unquote coup is over. On the contrary, the last 24 hours were just the beginning. We've just entered a new phase in the war and a new phase in Russian history. This is the beginning of the end of the status quo as we knew it in the Kremlin, and not the end of a 24-hour crisis. So I I'm not in the business of making predictions, like anyone else right now. Have no idea what's going to happen. But a couple of thoughts, or the alarm bells that go off for me. Um, if Prigozhin was able to go within 24 hours from the Ukrainian front to basically the suburbs of Moscow, the fact that he's now withdrawing and drawing down doesn't mean much for the long term. Deals in Russia are made to be broken. We know that a promise from the Russian state means nothing, whether it's in words or in writing. So this deal could very well fall apart within hours or within days, on the basis of any sort of betrayal, or even just somebody deciding they don't like it anymore and making up a reason to break it. So let's watch this space for that. Secondly, also, we don't know what actually instigated it, and we don't know how long what we saw today has been in planning. So until we even know or have a better picture of who was behind today's events and what sparked it, we certainly won't be able to anticipate the continued fallout, because the interests of the parties involved are still in play, and the board has been reset and set anew, and Putin comes out of this losing a lot of face, a lot of power. He looked weak. He looked out of control. He was out of control, and Prigozhin held the upper hand all day, and even in the drawdown, the de-escalation that just occurred in the past hours, he held the upper hand. So Putin comes out of this looking very weak indeed. My immediate concern for that is what this will mean for the people of Ukraine. Putin is going to want to look strong and tough, and I fear that would mean increased strikes on targets in Ukraine. Of course, the Ukrainian military will be preparing for that, and will be anticipating that as well. But that brings me to the second point, which is that for all the chaos and the drama of what's been happening in Moscow and Rostov, we must not take our focus from the war in Ukraine, which remains the crisis and remains the problem to be solved. In my mind, today was a good day for Ukraine. Of course, anything that chaos is good. Chaos in Russia is good for Ukraine. Full stop. But it's not enough. And so the number one thing we in the and I say we as a German and an American, so as a NATO country member, as the international community, whatever you want to call it, from the Western European side, our duty should be very clear to help Ukraine capitalize on increased weaknesses in Russian defense, in Russian cohesion, and in the line of command within the Russian military, to give them everything they need to exploit weaknesses in Russian defenses, and to expand the counteroffensive. This is an opportunity. It's not a golden one. I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of Russian troops in Ukraine, and that didn't change just because of today's events. It is still an extremely it's going to still be an extremely long and dangerous summer and rest of this year. But this was a good day, and if the international community are able to mobilize faster now, and hopefully also for those who've been worried about Russian reactions to, for example, long-range missile and an F-16 deliveries, this should have made clear. We don't need to fear Russia. Russia's biggest problem is itself. And our number one priority should be helping Ukraine push them back, and increasing the chaos and the uncertainty within the Russian elites. This gives us leverage. Contrary to what some people would think from this kind of talk, oh, you want the Russian Federation to fall apart and all of it to disintegrate. Oh, that's terrible. And that would create a power vacuum and would be very dangerous. No, that's not what it's about. Russia is not just going to disappear overnight if Putin falls from power. But the truth is, whoever would follow in Putin's shoes after whatever exit he will eventually make from the stage, that person is going to come in needing and looking for some kinds of concessions and partnerships and agreements with the rest of the world. They're going to need us more than we need them, so to speak. So it's about creating leverage and using it. And chaos in Moscow equals more leverage for us and, of course, for Ukraine. So we need to be maximizing this and thinking ahead and planning for regime change and considering possible scenarios and trying to enable the most optimal scenarios rather than just wringing our hands and worrying, oh no, if we upset Putin too much, will he freak out and what will he do? But I'd love to hear Olga's thoughts on that. I don't know if that was 10 minutes, Igor, or if that was enough for you. But maybe as a last point, just for the audience here, I would also put forward that the same ways you can help remain. Number one, and easiest and most straightforward, donate to the Ukrainian military and to Ukrainian civil society groups who are helping the troops and who are helping in humanitarian relief locally. And note, that's Ukrainian organizations, not international ones. They are much more effective. If donating is an option for you financially, no problem. There are still many other ways to help. Call your MPs, call your Congress people. I used to work in the Senate. You would be amazed how much members of Congress and members of Parliament notice when their phone is ringing off the hook all day. They still have landlines, and when they're ringing all day about the same topic, they notice. It has an impact. So don't be shy. Pick up the phone. Literally just call them and harass them and say you want to see more aid for Ukraine. If thousands of people do this on a daily and weekly basis, they notice, they feel the pressure. And secondly, also reach out to Ukrainian groups in your communities and ask them how you can help. What are they working on? How can you support them? And lastly, you can mobilize people. Keep Ukraine in the conversation with normal people. Encourage them also to take the steps I just mentioned. Thanks to COVID, we all are now miniature experts in viral exponential growth. So if you are able to, quote unquote, infect 3 or 5 friends and family, colleagues to help in the ways that you've been helping, and get them also to mobilize 3 to 5 more people that they know, this is the kind of exponential growth in grassroots support that makes a difference. This is the sort of democratic power that we have that we often overlook and underutilize. So don't get war fatigue, don't get numb to it. Ukraine needs us now more than ever. And let's see, I've literally never hosted a space before.
So,
do I have to click something? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Olga, if you would like to add anything, definitely please feel free. You can just unmute yourself.
Well, thank you so much. I'm just listening and thinking how I absolutely respect and admire everything which was said before, and I just think that it's a pleasure to be in a company of such active people and literate people who do the difficult job of trying to follow all this intricate informational process and to do the fact checking, and also I don't know, guys, how you're doing it, but how are you not getting burned out of after covering this absolutely difficult story? But for us, it's a reality, of course. Well, some of us just don't have an option, so we carry on, of course. But I've just spent some time in Berlin, and I talk as well to some local MPs. And I just wanted to second what Jessica said. It was quite. I was quite impressed to learn that actually, yes, it does work when the people, the local society, when they try to talk to the MPs, so they do listen. But also, I think I have a question for Jessica here, because those MPs I've been talking to, they mentioned that at some point it's very difficult for them to speak to their audiences in some parts of Germany, especially in the Eastern Germany, obviously considering the past and their strong sentiments to the communist Russia, which they obviously had. So I just wonder, what do you think, what tools could work with such people who have quite strong skepticism and who apparently don't have a strong fact-checking education, but they obviously do live in the current environment and they do make their judgments, and those judgments do influence the decisions sometimes on the state levels, and they take part in voting in elections. So what tools do you think could work with those people to help them to understand what is going on without obviously making any kind of uncomfortable things? Like, you don't want to create a conflict, right? You honestly want to just to explain people what's going on. And so what do you think could help to win their trust and to help them to understand, to listen?
Right.
Maybe what we can do as journalists, let's say, better or more.
Yeah. It's a really good and important question. Bad news and good news. Okay, the bad news, a lot of these people, there is nothing you could ever do or say that will convince them that Russia is at fault, and that this isn't some proxy war between the US and Russia, and that NATO is behind it all right. A lot of these guys, think like the more rabid Trump supporting set in the US, the conspiracy theorists and the MAGA fanatics. There is no rational argument to be made with some of these people because they have long ago abandoned reason. Okay, and that's a fact that needs to be accepted. So for that section of the population, I don't think it's a question of outreach and enlightenment at this time, but rather damage control and mitigation. But the good news is, days like today do a much better job of undermining their position than anything journalists or politicians or independent analysts could ever say. Just to use and to stick to the German example, the left party and their leaders, and the parade of so-called experts who have been calling from day one and before of the full-scale invasion for Ukraine to surrender, to negotiate, to make concessions, and for Ukraine's allies to stop sending weapons because we need peace. And if only Ukraine would be willing to have peace talks with Russia, then so many lives could be saved. All of these guys who have pegged themselves to Russia all this time, they were very quiet today. They looked very stupid today, to put it in blunt terms. And Russia's weakness and Russia showing its true face helps more than anything we can do. So as the fallout from this continues, this is also where we need to be pushing. I mean, there were so many jokes circulating about this also on German Twitter. Oh, how long is it going to take before Sarah Wagenknecht, the a major left politician here, one of the former East German Russia apologists and knee-jerk anti-Americans here in this country, oh, how long is it going to take Sarah Wagenknecht to blame the Wagner coup attempt on the United States and stuff like this, and it's funny because it's true. That's the only these kinds of fantasies are the only argument they have, and the fact that this chaos and this threat to Putin's power came from his own creation. This is the Frankenstein monster attacking his creator. So this is the best way to undermine them, and furthermore, to and consequence of that, Ukrainian victory will silence these voices. They only have a platform because Russia still has a platform. And the more Russia falls, the more they fall, the more they look weak, the more they look like they've been had and that they are full of hot air. Um, I've found also in Germany in particular, one of, the kind of rabid conspiracy theorist, lefty set and Vatniks aside, there is then, however, I think a larger portion of the population who simply don't know what to believe. There is a history and a tradition and kind of culture of anti-Americanism, or at least America suspiciousness that is common in Germany, not only in the East but also in West Germany, in former West Germany. That's coming from the Cold War of the crimes in Vietnam, and in Latin America, and then of course with the Iraq War. There's a lot of Germans who have not unfairly so, but a skeptical view on American power. That, however, in the relativization to Russian power and Russian crimes, gets thrown totally out of proportion, and for those people, unfortunately, at the beginning of the invasion, in the first months, after February 24th last year, there was not clear leadership and a clear voice from the chancellery here, from Chancellor Scholz and his government, on where we stand, where Germany stands, and what we must do. And if Germany is supposed to be the country of never again, this would have been the time to come out and say, never again fascism in Europe, never again genocide. Germany stands with Ukraine and will do everything to stop this, and we take responsibility for getting Russia wrong, and for that we can't change the past, but we can change our behavior now, and we will do everything to help Ukraine. And that message did not come. And instead, in those first months, excruciating months, it was lots of waffling and back and forth, and we can't possibly send offensive weapons to a war zone. Oh yeah, no, yes we can. Oh, we can't possibly send air defense. Oh yes we can. Oh, we can't possibly send tanks. Oh look, we can. So it's good that those 180s came. It's good that all those mistakes were reversed, but that back and forth and that wishy-washy waffling confused a lot of German people and the broader German public, who have never thought about these kinds of life and death existential issues in their lives. We've had a long decades of peace and prosperity here in West Germany, and reunification for 30 years, and a lot of folks just never have dealt or thought about these topics in a way that touches them and their lives directly. And so it would have been really critical and really helpful, quite frankly, for the German leadership to have been clearer at the beginning, because, and here I'll end these comments on a positive note. It's anecdotal, but it's been my lived experience and observations of the past 16 months. I had no intention and no aim of becoming a part of the German national discourse, as has sort of evolved. It just sort of happened, and I think it's precisely because I was speaking clearly in my mind, and that's very unusual in German politics. And I'm not a politician, obviously, so I didn't give a shit. I could say what I think, and it was a crisis. And for me, as a German, never again means never again. And on top of being German, I've lived in Rwanda, in Afghanistan, to name a couple places. So I have seen what genocide and war do to people, also in my own life, and not just in my family and my nation's history. So it's I consider it my personal, my civic, and my professional duty to do everything I can to support Ukraine, and to help end this war. And I think that it should be the same for every German politician, or foreign policy professional, to be in the same position. And interestingly, from people, from everyday people, I get letters, I get emails, I get messages, from everyday Germans saying thank you. I got a message once that I won't forget. He said, there's so much conflicting information, and so many people saying different things. I don't know what to believe, but I can tell you are speaking authentically. So thank you for that. I believe you. So he didn't know factually what was right and wrong, but he could tell I was not speaking some bullshit. And it's that clarity. I think that the German people, when they are given a good leadership and motivation, they can move mountains. I always joke, Germans, Germany's like a diesel motor. It's kind of large and clunky and slow to warm up, but once it's hot, it doesn't stop. It's unbreakable. So the German diesel motor has been heating up, and once it gets going, you can count on us. But it took longer to get going than it should have, because our leadership and the communication from our government was not clear at the beginning and did not have this moral and strategic clarity that the people needed. So I'm hopeful that also with these events in Russia, and of course Scholz has also really come around in a lot of ways in the last months, through a combination of international pressure and domestic pressure. So, let's hope that trend continues, and we just really need to push for more now, more help for Ukraine, not less, more pressure and courage standing up to Russia, not less. And I'll just stop there.
Thank you so much, Jessica. The food has finally just warmed up. I'm about to start eating.
Bon appetit.
But
Tom,
I see you would like to have the floor. Please go ahead. If you can try to have a discussion without involving me for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Igor. I had a question for Jessica, actually, a couple of questions. First, Jessica, thanks so much for your work. I'm a big fan of just your integrity and the fact that you're just speaking from the heart and from a morally correct position. First one's a bit about German culture, if you don't mind. I kind of get the impression, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but I kind of get the impression that in Germany, because of your history, which is not your fault, for those of you that, unless you're very, very old, that there's an idea, a kind of meme, like an idea in the mind that all war is wrong. Whereas actually, I think the idea should be that, imperialistic wars of aggression where you invade somebody that's not done anything to deserve that is wrong. But actually, there is such a thing as a just war where, it's okay to defend yourself if you're attacked. It's okay to help someone else if they're attacked. And I kind of get the impression that there's a reluctance in Germany to help Ukraine because of this idea. But I don't know if I'm actually right about that. Do you think there is?
No, it's a very, very astute observation. The short answer is you're right. For many, many Germans, the automatic response is war equals bad. War bad, no war. We want peace and no war. And exactly as you say, for a lot of Germans, they don't connect the dots between, wars are bad, wars should never be fought, and war is to be avoided at all costs. And the very obvious example from our history, war is the only thing that overthrew the Nazis. The war is the only thing that stopped the Nazis. So this has been a point that I've been trying to make again and again, to German speaking audiences, and just kind of pointing that out, because in our history, to put it in rather simplistic terms, Germany's never been the good guy. All right. If you're British or Polish or American or whatever, you have this narrative automatically that, we stood up and we were the resistance against the fascists, against the invaders, against the murderers. We came together from all these countries as allies and fought and died and sacrificed together, and ended the most evil regime in modern history. And so there's this knowledge and sense that, yeah, some fights need to be fought, some wars need to be waged, and in Germany, nobody here can really relate to, or very few people can relate to that side of the history, because our resistance failed. We have German heroes of the resistance, but most of them got killed because the Nazis were very good at what they did. So there's a tiny proportion of the population that can trace themselves back somehow to a legacy, of German freedom fighters, and even those freedom fighters who fought, they lost. So this is just something in a culture that, without judgment, without saying it's good or bad in either way, it just is what it is. And so you have to try to put yourself in the shoes of a country and a people and a society, that doesn't look into their recent past and see any heroes, in that way. And actually this war would be, I think, really, the turning point and the chance for a new generation of Germany in the 21st century to say, all right, in the 20th century, we were that which needed to be stopped. But now, X generations later, we no longer carry the guilt of the war, but we carry the memory, the legacy, and the responsibility, to protect. And also our peace and prosperity. I live in a democracy. I was born free, and Germany is free and prosperous only because millions of other people died fighting against our fascist regime. So that means not that it's not my fault, I wasn't alive, but I carry, and old Germans should carry, this sense of paying it forward. We were gifted our democracy. We were occupied. We were defeated. I mean, they could have, we could have been really fucked, Versailles style again. But no, instead, we were given a democracy. We were given our freedom from occupation, relative freedom, let's say. Of course, people would say, oh, American bases are still in Germany, you're still occupied, which is, nonsense. But you know what I mean? So we were given a second chance at life. We were allowed to rejoin the international community and become a civilized country. And this, I think, can and should be the new responsibility, and space for Germany to say, we are not a militaristic country and we never will be, but we are powerful. We are the largest economy and country in Europe. We are the fourth largest economy in the world. We are one of the largest weapons producers in the world. And we will defend European peace and freedom. And this, I think, should be a no-brainer. But hey, that's just me. And I'm cautiously hopeful that that this attitude has become more mainstream, more acceptable. The fact that we're even having these debates is helpful, and I do get a lot of feedback. Again, it's anecdotal evidence. It's not a survey, but a lot of Germans do see it this way. And if we would have more of our political leaders saying these things openly and clearly, I think we could build more consensus around it. There is still a majority of Germans who support Ukraine, and are on Ukraine's side. But to come back and end with your original question, there are still a lot of people who, just from decades of the education system and the narratives around the war being only to say that never again war is bad. That's 50 years of habit and indoctrination that doesn't get out of your system in just 6 months' time. So this will be a work in progress. But also, let's remember a lot of Germans, like a lot of people in other countries as well, have this false notion of the Soviet Union equals Russia. And so they'll talk about how, oh, Germany killed so many Russians in World War II, and therefore we should never do anything to upset or harm Russia. And they overlook the fact that actually millions and millions of the so-called Russian casualties they're talking about and victims of the Nazis in World War II were actually Ukrainian and Belarusian and many other nationalities, not only Russians. The Nazis killed many more Ukrainians than Russians, actually. So these are also just basics of historical fact that are misunderstood by a lot of Germans and a lot of people elsewhere, for that matter, that need to be rectified. And that shift has been happening slowly but surely. So these conversations will continue in the German national discourse, but we need to stay on it, and to what Olga was saying before about burnout and all that, yeah, I can speak for myself and a lot of my colleagues here in Germany, who've been on the right side of this from the beginning. Yeah, of course, we're all exhausted. We've all aged a decade in the last year, but it's okay. I mean, for God's sake, we don't choose the times we live in, and all of us are acutely aware that nothing we're dealing with in terms of stress or pressure has any comparison with what our Ukrainian friends and colleagues are dealing with. So, we all just carry on because history moves with or without us, and so we just need to try to turn the tanker as much as we can in the time we have.
Thanks very much, Jessica. That's a really good answer. I've got another question for you, but actually I can see Peter's got his hand up, so maybe let him go first.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I can follow the masterclass that is Jessica. Thanks, Jessica, also for answering my question earlier. I'm sorry I couldn't stay on the other space for longer. I've been in transit in Poland half the day, intending to actually be in Ukraine as of today, and then what happened last night seemingly changed those plans. But I mean, just a couple of points, if I may, Igor, and then I do have a follow-up question for you both. From my perspective, I've always been in a little bit of an existential crisis, and hearing Jessica's perspective sort of makes me feel more comfortable sharing it, in the sense of that I was born in the UK, but my father is very Russian. And I've been sort of ridiculed for being too much Russian or too much Western in the spaces that I hold or engage in. And I think that this illustration tonight and today that we saw in Russia is it exemplifies, I think, how misunderstood people who think Russia under Putin is sort of one thing, and then we see that it's actually a reality, right? So there's a lot of people who think, right, so Putin is, running a country that has all got its stuff together, and so on and so forth, and then suddenly we see a attempted coup which gets within 200 kilometers, even that, within the Moscow Oblast and the capital, and shows you how quickly the country can sort of, I wouldn't say crumble, but definitely dissipate. And I think for me, the one theme that I kept coming back to and trying to underline to listeners during my contributions was that Russia's never had, as a country, a very clearly defined, smooth power transition, be it from autocracy to democracy or whatever. It's been a country made up of revolts, attempted coups, power struggles, whatever you want to call it, right? And what we've seen today is yet another illustration of how quickly that can happen if you have the right time, the right place, the right actors able to monopolize on that. And for me, going forward, I focus predominantly as a diplomatic figure on the foreign policy. I'm very interested to see how the West comes out of this in the next few days. If we wake up tomorrow morning or on Monday and suddenly it's back to square one, the Russians are, going at it again in eastern Ukraine. Okay, that will surprise me, because I don't think that's going to happen. But are we going to see a change in rhetoric from the Western entities? They were very muted, as I asked you, Jessica, earlier, but also the Chinese. That was one of the questions I wanted to ask you both, which is, how do you guys think that the shall we say, autocratic axis, like China, like Iran, Brazil, for example, with President Lula, who's called, equal blame on Zelensky, on Putin. How do you think that they're going to react to these developments? Because whilst I don't think Putin is suddenly going to go now, this is definitely, at least optically wise, a massive strain on his credibility. And we've now got the Wagner Group basically saying, well, we want to be in Belarus. Okay, you're in Belarus. So what do you guys think about that? Because I really think it's a significant shift in the sort of grand standing of geopolitical alignments, if that makes sense. I'd love to hear your thoughts there. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, excellent question. The short answer on China and other sundry autocratic regimes, this was not a good day for them. They've definitely been given a douse of cold water in the face. That Russian power is not all it's cracked up to be. If I were a Western diplomat right now, I would be doing a full court press in Beijing, in Brasilia, etc., reminding them that this is what Russia brings: more instability, not less, more international insecurity, not less. They are not a reliable partner. And whether it's for energy or trade or ideological affiliations, one way or another, betting on Russia is a bad bet. And especially for China, of course, who in my mind has been the main reason for Washington's hesitation to come out stronger against Russia, because China is deeply vested in some semblance of stability and a status quo in their relations and energy and trade ties with Russia. To tell them, look, Putin is a loser, is a losing bet, and this war has been a catastrophic miscalculation for Russia. The sooner it ends, the better for all of us. The sooner this war ends, the sooner Russia withdraws from Ukraine, the better it is for China, the better it is for Europe, the better it is for the US. Actually, dear Xi Jinping, we should be on the same page here. We should want this war to end, and we should be preparing for regime change that will come in one form or another. I'm not making some doomsday speculation when I say that. No, the regime will change at some point. Putin cannot win this war, and the longer it goes on, the more his power will be threatened. And today was just one class example of it. So if I was in Washington, if I was in London, I would be telling my Chinese counterparts and counterparts from other Russian allies as well, that we need to work together on this to mitigate the damage that Russia has unleashed on all of us, and that swift Ukrainian victory is better for all of our economic and security interests. I would just play it very realpolitik to their national interests and our collective global economic interests. Igor, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that. I also have to jump off in a minute here.
Yeah, Jessica, thank you so much for holding down the fort. Really appreciate it. I didn't even get the question. I had stepped away for a little bit. So Piotr, if you could repeat that. Hello?
Piotr was asking about what the reactions from China and from other, Latin American, African, Middle Eastern, etc., governments who have been supportive of Russia, who are directly or sort of passively authoritarian in nature.
Sure.
What their reactions would be from today, and how the West should engage, if I'm paraphrasing vaguely correctly.
Got it. Yeah, I haven't been following at all anything that's been going on outside Russia for the 24 hours, but you can't help but think, right, that this is a very um, shocking moment for other totalitarian regimes, because there seems to have been this groupthink like consensus that Putin has a complete iron fist control over Russia with no possible challenger to him. Um, personally, I have been quite hopeful that view is not true, and have been vocalizing my reasons for the past year and a half of why I think that's not true. And to gloat a little bit, I feel a little bit of vindication there, given the events that happened. That you can, even from the outside looking in, um, come with some very solid, reasoned conclusions based on available information and worldview. And I think it's beyond just for the totalitarian regimes out there. This is, I think, a very important um, inflection point and lesson probably for the Western governments as well, to not be so convinced of the status quo, of what may have certainly been true at certain points in the past. Um, it's worthwhile to maybe reevaluate things geopolitically from scratch, from the ground up, and really try to simulate what the realities may be behind such iron curtains, beyond what has been accepted as a given in the past.
Thanks for that, Igor, and thanks also for having me in your space. It's nice to meet you by voice. I've been admiring and appreciating your work from afar, so it's nice to have connected this way too. I hope it's not the last time. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jessica. The feeling is absolutely mutual. I'm a big fan of your work. I follow your work, and really, um, it's this it's these bright moments that give us hope in humanity, that there are so many people, so many intelligent, hardworking, um, moral people who speak out and try to pursue morality in this world. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Oh God, thank you for that. Well, feeling is mutual. We don't stop. Talk to you soon. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye. Piotr, are you still there? Or Tom? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask Jessica about actually be interested to hear what you think, Igor, and what Piotr thinks. Because the next question was, with everything that's happened over the last day or two, I wonder what the perception is of Putin in Russia now to the kind of average guy on the street, but also to other people that are in more powerful positions. Because
Yeah,
I
that's
think he looked really weak today. The fact that he had to cut a deal with Prigozhin, even though Prigozhin has been exiled and hasn't really got anything. The fact that Putin didn't just crush him, I think, makes him look weak. And I just wonder what you think the average Russian thinks and what more powerful Russians think about Putin and what it might mean going forwards.
So I think among the elites, the resentment that's been built up toward Putin over the last 2 decades, but especially over the last year and a half, is probably gonna start boiling out into the public, and the facade is gonna continue to develop giant cracks around Putin. Um, to this point, there is it's just a very poetic video that was published that shows that it's already evening in Rostov, right? And as the Wagner heavy military equipment column, so like tanks that are on truck beds, are leaving, they're at the end escorted by the police cars, and people start booing when the police cars are passing. So it was a very peaceful takeover of the city of Rostov by Wagner, and they were basically welcomed with open arms. There were people thanking them. There were people giving them food and water. Um, People were generally very friendly to them, except for I saw there were videos of a couple cyclists. Um, you know, it's kind of funny. There were a couple of cyclists that were um, demonstrating their frustration towards some Wagner mercenaries, and I actually made a joke that it's probably because their tanks were blocking the bike lane. But beside that, like it seemed to be that the public, the Russian population, is very comfortable with Wagner's presence. Uh, that is, of course, they haven't yet experienced Wagner's brutalities and atrocities firsthand, but their first impression of Wagner, based on the image that Prigozhin has been able to build through his uh, mass media messaging, because we have to remember Prigozhin, um, he owns Internet Research Agency in St. Petersburg. That's the mass Kremlin troll farm that's been indicted by the DOJ for subversion, disinformation. I can't remember what the specific charges were legally, but that's what Prigozhin was doing on a mass scale, attacking the U.S. democracy some years ago. So Prigozhin is a very, very skilled politician, as it turns out. And so you can't help but think, given the stereotypical, and stereotypical because it does apply to significant masses, proportion of the population in Russia, given those stereotypical tendencies of rallying around strength, Prigozhin might in reality be becoming quite a popular person among Russians. So I've said it a couple times already, I think, but the stream has been going on for some hours. I have this sort of gut instinct thought that right now Putin's life is probably less secure than Prigozhin's. It's just going back to how Prigozhin, whatever negotiations they had, and he had all the trump cards. He didn't need to give anything away. He was very successful in the first 24 hours. Like just spectacularly successful. He had the upper hand, and whatever Kremlin had to cede to him must have been very gigantic. The negotiation would have happened on Prigozhin's terms, and he holds the upper hand. He's holding something over the entire Russian government right now. So he sounded very satisfied. I don't think it was. I don't think his decision that he's made and that he's announced, whatever his decisions he actually has made, but the deal that he announced with the Kremlin, I mean, he sounded very satisfied and confident. I don't think the deal was concluded as a result of some threats to Prigozhin. I don't think the Kremlin is in a position to make any viable, believable threats to Prigozhin. So it's going to be an unraveling. Russia, Kremlin has changed. This is going to be a huge paradigm shift in Russian society. Their view of Putin as a total pushover who cannot even protect his own country from some mercenary group. Supposed to have this giant army and all these world-class technologies that no other militaries have. Everybody in Russia knows how brutal and effective FSB and other security services are. And they are watching this and seeing that they could do nothing to stop Prigozhin except for they gave him a piece of something. They gave him a piece of Russia, whatever they negotiated. So, and again, like those security guarantees, there's no chance that Prigozhin would for a second believe any kind of verbal or written security guarantees from the Kremlin. He will not believe that. So he has some kind of protection that's ongoing, that's been ongoing now for at least a month. He's so certain of his physical security. It's very, very puzzling what's going on, really. There's something that's I mean, I think eventually we're going to find out what is actually happening beyond the surface of these events. So it's definitely very fascinating.
Yeah, thanks, Igor. I'd love to hear what Piotr thinks as well, if that's all right. Oh, has he just dropped down? He's gone.
Okay, so it looks like, despite my sore throat and exhaustion, we got to keep this going because Mike McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia, he let me know that he's doing TV right now, but he's gonna join us later. I can't imagine TV segments are too long, so maybe it's worthwhile to try to keep this rolling for now. Thank you to everybody for joining us and staying with us. Over 2,500 people are live right now. It's unless you have a Twitter profile with like a human name and at least some basic information about who you are. I can't accept you as a speaker because it's just not serious. So, Tom, maybe
Yeah,
can you take the floor again?
I don't mind. I mean,
Thank you.
I'll ask another question, and we've got Lawrence up as well. If he wants to ask anything, I don't mind.
No, I think Lawrence is just here listening. I don't think Lawrence will be speaking unless.
Okay.
I mean, Colonel Brown is always welcome, but given that he's active duty, I don't believe Colonel Brown will be joining us as a speaker.
So, you know, Igor, I think the main thing for me is trying to work out what on earth this coup or show of force or whatever you want to call it was really about, because you know, it seemed frankly at the start it seemed completely insane. It's like, how are you going to take on Russia? But then when they rolled into Rostov-on-Don without hardly any opposition whatsoever, it was apparent that, wow, really all of Russia's army is in Ukraine right now, and if, you know, 25,000 guys, if that was true, roll into Russia, Russia's actually incapable of defending itself. You know, border guards and police are not going to be able to fight hardened mercenaries, which Wagner are, having fought in Bakhmut for months and months, and Africa and elsewhere before that. And so whilst it seemed insane to try and launch a coup attempt against Russia, at the same time, it was like, well, actually, no one's stopping them. No one really wants to fight Wagner. Are they going to get all the way into Moscow? And then all of a sudden, this deal was cut, and it just totally blindsided me. I thought to myself, I don't know what on earth's going on now. It seemed like maybe it kind of just dawned on Prigozhin that he'd bitten off far more than he could chew, and that actually, even though he's got 25,000 guys, that is not enough to take over Moscow, let alone Russia. And that probably if he carried on down that path, he was going to die fairly soon. And so it was better to cut a deal. That's the only sense I can make of what's happened over the last day or two. Like, what do you think? What on earth might have been going through Prigozhin's mind to have actually attempted this?
Sure. So I had a radically different perspective as I observed the development that started last night. I was not like shocked or surprised, really, even that he started the coup. I've been talking about why and how Prigozhin is in a position to do that for months. And there was always definitely thought that surely Putin will not be so incompetent as to actually allow it. So when Prigozhin would actually pull the trigger, that he would immediately fail or get assassinated. But at the same time, I had actually pretty strong confidence that things would turn out as they did these 24 hours, except for this final negotiated agreement and withdrawal. That's a huge surprise to me, and there's probably something much more behind it. But until that point, the viable way for Prigozhin to have actually conducted a coup was through his allies that he clearly has at all levels, at all structures of the government in Russia, at the Ministry of Defense, at the security services, on the political side. He's clearly built a huge shadow alliance that was obvious given his brazenness of his actions and his speeches that he's been doing for, making for a long time. So that was not surprising to me, and I still would not surprise me if Prigozhin actually succeeds in a coup. Something tells me there's something very bizarre with this deal, and this is Prigozhin still, like I said, he holds the upper hand. So I don't know. It's getting started for him, and so I watched that. Can you hear me? I think I lost the connection
Yeah.
there for a second. Yeah.
You saw that.
So I was, that the feeling, that the overwhelming feeling I had actually when Prigozhin said that his position was shelled by the Russian army. He posted that video. I mean, that video looked very fake. That was him choosing the timing of his coup. So it was clear he was making preparations for months. He needed that false flag event that he claimed that he was attacked by the Russian army to attack the Russian army and attack Russia. So my response at that point was finally, because if you really boil it down, at least in my view, this is very good for the civilized world. This is going to bring an end to all these atrocities and genocide, to a faster end in Ukraine. This development is absolutely significant. And obviously, if Prigozhin were to take the throne instead of Putin, Russia will continue to be an insane, just ridiculous country that is a danger to the world. But Prigozhin can be seen, I think, as that step forward toward opening up different possibilities and opportunities for Russia through the toppling of the existing government to actually have a possibility, an opportunity, a chance of turning into a normal, decent country at some point in the future. So this kind of event, it pushes, it pushes Russia's history forward potentially into that direction, right? It could of course go into some other wildly different direction that could be negative, but at least it creates, really for the first time that we've seen in so many years, in 2 decades, ever since Putin took power, that there is actually a potential fork in the road that takes you through a tunnel where you can see some light at the end of it. And Russia is facing this fork, and some other paths could be taking Russia straight down to hell. But there is this tunnel with light at the end that's also a fork.
Yeah, I really hope so. I hope that Russia is headed for a better future. I'm perhaps a little bit more cynical than you are, Igor. It's really hard to see how Russia claws itself out of the kind of corruption with the oligarchy and just the sort of theft and lies that it's stuck with. It's really difficult to get my head around how it becomes a better country, but I really hope that it does, because I think that will be good for the world, and I think it'll be good for Ukraine, and I think it'll be good for the people of Russia as well. I don't know if Piotr's coming back up as a speaker. It's just flashed up on my screen. Piotr, if you are up, I was really interested to just hear what you thought about what the perception might be in Russia now of Putin. What do you think in terms of Putin? The perception of the average Russian guy on the street, but also the average, sorry, not the average Russian, not only the average Russian on the street, but also the people who are actually more in power. That's what I'm interested in. What are people thinking of Putin now, given how weak he's looked over the last 24 hours? I'm going to let up some speakers because I can see you've just asked me to co-host and some other people have come up. So I'm going to let up 1 or 2 people.
I think Piotr is in and out. I don't think he's listening all the time. So I think it just disappeared again.
Okay, there's a lot of requests, but I can see Griff's raised his hand.
let's go ahead. Griff, David.
Dobry wieczór, Igor. Thanks for having me up. I see you're from Ukraine, and I really pray for your people. I guess my question is, as far as Shogun's, being propped up by Putin for so long, with with names on billboards. I have some Russian friends that I still communicate with, and he said, basically they made a hero out of this guy, and then for him to, basically insult Putin by by taking some of these cities and marching on Moscow. I'm just kind of curious to what somebody who has a lot more who's a lot more in the know than I am. What what could Putin be thinking, and how the hell can this murderous son of a bitch just totally not hold this attempted coup? How could he not hold them accountable? And I'll just leave it at that. Thanks for having me.
I mean, apparently there was absolute chaos, right? How many people outside Russia were very appears to have been taken by surprise by Prigozhin's actions. It appears that people at the top in the Kremlin itself were also surprised and initially frozen over, not knowing how to respond. Reportedly, this is a rumor, but the MOD came to Putin, asked him to authorize some airstrikes, military strikes on Wagner positions, Wagner convoys inside Russia. And reportedly, this is a rumor, but it seems believable. Putin said no, refused to make a decision. So I think Putin knows, he must know, he's in the most danger right now he's ever been in, probably during all his 24 years of reign over Russia. This is just the beginning of the unraveling of Russia. I think that Russian government's collapse at this point is inevitable. Nobody can predict when, but this is not the 24 hours that a totalitarian regime can recover from, especially because they failed to neutralize the threat. And it's not just that they failed, they don't appear to have any capability to neutralize the threat of a coup. So things are just getting started in terms of what's happening inside Russia. I think it's an absolute godsend, and it's past time that this has happened to Putin, and it is going to be extraordinarily helpful for Ukraine to, I believe, now liberate all Ukrainian territories much faster than Ukraine may have been able to do otherwise had this not happened.
I really hope that that's right as well, Igor. And Griff, I think it's interesting because even though this deal has been cut with Prigozhin, I think that in the long term, Prigozhin's days are numbered, because I don't think Putin is going to let him get away with that. I often think of Putin as being more like a mafia boss than a normal president. I think Prigozhin will be killed at some point. It's just my view. But I think his days are numbered. I think that Putin perhaps cut a deal with him because there were a large number of people bearing down on Moscow, and because of all of Putin's best troops are currently in Ukraine. So Putin looks weak from this because he cut a deal with Prigozhin. But I think in the long term, I think Prigozhin is dead, basically.
I have to agree with that. It's just really curious to see how Belarus is, as part of this conversation, and with Russia, the defense minister, Putin, and Prigozhin. It's just really odd to see that they are that they have a seat at the table when it comes to these for these matters. But I agree with you. That dude's days are numbered. I am worried about a wounded, unstable Russia, because they are a paper tiger indeed, and their military is full with conscripts who are forced to fight. As a former soldier, and I can tell you, and any man in this room can tell you, no one fights as hard as when they're fighting for their country. So that's why the Ukrainians are just hard as woodpecker lips, because they just are fighting for their very existence, and they're up against these conscripts who are there under threat of rifle. And you know I just hope that, for the sake of the world, this wounded paper tiger uh, doesn't lash out with their nuclear capabilities.
Do you guys believe that it's possible that the coup actually just was successful and Putin kind of realized that it's just inevitable at this point and decided to negotiate a transition of power for the long run uh, to Prigozhin for the long term?
That's actually a really interesting thought, right? Because the coup was going so spectacularly, and then it ended um, so in such a bizarre way and so quietly that I mean, this is entering sort of at this point crazy conspiracy type land. But what if the coup was successful?
I think my view on that is that, it was said to be like 400 vehicles heading in the direction of Moscow, and that sounds like a lot, but Moscow is a huge, huge city. I've never been there, but it's really enormous.
Yeah, but it's not those military vehicles that would physically remove Putin from power, right? It would be Prigozhin's allies inside the regime that would take control of all the mechanisms and isolate Putin.
Yeah.
So,
And, the only sense that I could make of it, Igor, was that given that all of Putin's best troops are in Ukraine, it felt to me like Putin hadn't got the power to just crush this coup attempt and just kill them all. Because if he did, I think possibly he would have just done that. He'd have looked very strong if he did. But I wondered also if maybe Prigozhin and Wagner actually didn't have quite enough people to take over Moscow and Russia. I mean, 25,000 is a lot of people. But I wondered if neither of them had enough strength to sort of win this fight. And it was
yeah, and
very
so right,
bloody and a stalemate.
another alternative possibility of what might have happened in the behind the scenes is that because right, this coup was really calculated, planned out, I'm sure meticulously by Prigozhin and his allies, and they had a whiteboard somewhere, or maybe just digital, but basically a whiteboard with all the names that they needed on their side for the coup to be successful. Let's say they knew they had 90% of those names in the pocket, ready to go, and they pulled the trigger, expecting that within the first 24 hours after they show immense success like they have, they would secure the support of the rest of the 10%, and they didn't.
Yeah, that makes
But
sense
then
to
the
me.
issue
Thought
goes
they'd get
back
more support.
to how has Prigozhin secured his own life? it's just a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Putin has said, "Oh no, I'll forgive you. There won't be any repercussions," and
No,
possibly
but
Putin's
like you
just
can't
lied.
do a coup halfway and expect to
Exactly,
survive, right? If you're not
exactly.
successful, like that's never happened. Has there ever been an attempted coup that was done halfway, wasn't finished, and the plotters lived? I mean, that's just like I think that's just absurd.
Especially when you have Putin, the world's largest mafia boss, in charge.
Yeah, especially like when it's against Putin, right? So there's so much more beneath the surface here that's happening right
Yeah.
now.
So
And
I'm wondering. Sorry, Igor. I'm wondering if like what's happened is that Putin's promised Prigozhin that everything will be fine. Don't worry, you can go into exile in Belarus, and 2 weeks later in Belarus, Prigozhin will end up dead. I'm wondering if Putin didn't have the power to kill Prigozhin while he's surrounded by thousands of Wagner troops, but later on he'll kill him. That's what I'm wondering.
I don't think so. I don't think Putin or anybody that serves Putin has the capability to eliminate Prigozhin. It just doesn't add up. Prigozhin has some, and so right, it goes back to also somebody is protecting Prigozhin, somebody big, and it's not Putin. He has somebody that's really really strong and powerful behind this force, without question. So it's just it's like those crazy rumors that like even Wind of Change brought up last year, like Putin goes and visits shamans, right? He loves fortune telling, like all this voodoo stuff that he's involved in, and right, like it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it's true. Like these dictators tend to turn psycho eventually, um, and try to occupy themselves with crazy stuff to try to make sense of the world. So, um, in other, I'm only saying this because like Wind of Change, right? The FSB letters he's been writing all this time since the beginning of the invasion to Vladimir Sechkin, who's a human rights activist and Russian exile in France, who has a lot of sources in the Russian security services. Um, like a lot of stuff that Wind of Change sent to Osechkin has panned out, including this, by the way. Um, right, Wind of Change was warning about Prigozhin doing a coup since last year, and saying that FSB is unprepared and is incapable of stopping Prigozhin. That's what Wind of Change has been saying. So, like he appears to have to supply at least some of the time extremely reliable information that pans out. And one thing that Wind of Change claimed to Osechkin very early on, right after the invasion began, is that he's absolutely convinced. Like so he didn't like open up any he didn't use any weasel words or maybe, possibly, probably. He said he's absolutely convinced that Putin is not, he himself is not in control, and he was meaning that Putin is under like complete control through manipulation by somebody else. So
It's difficult to know who's in overall control. Really, you'd like to think that Putin has the most control in Russia, but there must be other people with a certain amount of power as well. Shall we go to some other people, Igor, and take their questions? Beth had a hand up for a while.
yes, go ahead, Beth.
Hello, Tom. I haven't been in a room with you for a long time. Hope you're doing well. Igor, I've never been in a space with you, and nice to meet you through Twitter. A couple thoughts. I think there's an awful lot of kabuki theater going on right now for reasons that we are like pulling on the threads. But Prigozhin, if he was a good student of Putin and all of his friends, he would have stashed something. There's no way he would have extended himself as far as he has without something. He's not a he's not a fatalist. He's a very ambitious, cunning man. And I think he has something stashed, something to use for leverage. And that gives him the courage to always do more than anyone thinks is reasonable. What that is, it's probably effective. Another thought I had is that Prigozhin has a daughter. We don't know if someone said to him, "Look, we have your daughter," or "We're watching her." We don't know. There's a lot of things we don't know. I mean, maybe he loves his daughter, maybe he doesn't. But leverage, when there's this level of power games, is never available to us. We can only speculate and guess. And the last thing is that in all of this, we can kind of peer behind a little bit. The, the, the dissonance, the lack of coherence in Russia between Putin and Shugoi and Gerasimov is appallingly transparent. Who is running the show? Who knows? But there is no command authority that came through from all of this. It's like a disassembling. And to give Lukashenko credit, that is not Putin's style. So it's all very, very curious, but it does reveal quite a lot of how incoherent things are in Russia at the top. And those are just my thoughts.
Well, so I would like to nip in the bud your second point about Prigozhin's daughter. So
Go ahead.
if you're plotting a coup against Putin and the Kremlin, you're gonna secure your family first. If you're plotting a coup for months, for 6 months, for a year, um, that can be just dismissed as any kind of plausible theory. Um, the problem, right, when we talk about like leverage in this kind of situation, what Prigozhin did has essentially guaranteed Putin's downfall already. So I just from that perspective, I also just don't think it, it's that simple, right? Like what
No, I
actually,
mean for this immediate deal, this abrupt end. This was very abrupt.
yeah. So it's not leverage against Prigozhin. Um, you should listen to his audio recording. When we follow uh, his actions, what he's been doing all these months, how he's behaving, how he talks, how he presents himself, um, how he just rode through Russia, had the FSB border guard join him, had some people from the National Guard join him, Russian military, army, entire units are switching sides to him. It's there's not I. It's very difficult to conceive that there's some kind of leverage that Putin held over Prigozhin to do this deal.
No, no, no.
Uh,
I meant Prigozhin likely has some little bit that could be used against Putin.
well, but okay, but Prigozhin announced that he's withdrawing troops and stopping the coup, right? And he has leverage over Putin.
He got to live. He got to go to Belarus.
he got to no, like Prigozhin was gonna live. Like he's clearly not concerned with getting killed at all. Um, he didn't plot a coup for like a year or 6 months, succeed tremendously in the first 24 hours, and then be offered, hey, we're not gonna kill you, so please stop. Right? It also doesn't add up.
I don't even think it was a coup, actually. I think he stumbled into it.
Understood. Okay, so yes, Piotr.
Okay. No, I respectfully, Beth, I disagree. I don't think the extent to which we saw the Wagner Group advance, I don't think the scrambling of both Russian state media channels, the defense ministry, forces on the Ukrainian front lines, including supposedly, at least, again, I think it was unconfirmed, Spetsnaz, confirming, allegiance to the Wagner. There were a lot of people, including myself. I was reading through my own tweets just to sort of try and gather a sense of perspective of what we saw in the past 12 hours, 16 hours. I was tweeting about the concerns of if we got a third party, right? If Wagner really went to Moscow, what would happen if we had a third party, non-aligned to Prigozhin, non-aligned to Putin, who somehow got their hands on a tactical nuclear weapon, right? I had friends of mine asking me, what do you think of Prigozhin as a statesman? Right, let alone the head of Wagner Group. What if he's the head of the Russian Federation, whatever that it would have even looked like? So I'm using these examples because I, as someone who tries to do this professionally, was absolutely overwhelmed with a sense of, I have no idea. I felt like I did on February 24th last year when the war really full scale happened. And I was like, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. And then he actually invaded. So I personally don't think that this was something he stumbled into or a feint. There's just too many illustrations that he was genuinely pissed off with the defense ministry specifically. Whether or not he meant to take that all the way to the top and remove Putin, I don't know. But this is definitely something that the Kremlin is going to be reeling from, I personally think. And whilst we've had other spaces where people are like, nah, Putin's going to be fine, even if it is performatively, right, optically, that's still going to look pretty bad for the Russians. I'm going to just use China as the obvious example, right? President Xi looks at Russia as a core, a cornerstone of his strategy to offset or counterbalance against the West, the United States. And what we've seen today is an illustration that Russia is, one, very fragile, quite reckless, and two, that if a bunch of people, parties, feel the desire to challenge Putin, that could well happen. And, every autocratic's worst nightmare is what we saw today. Putin has been planning for 25 years effectively for this day. And may or may not his plans worked out, but he's been, I think personally, threatened enough that he's going to be severely unsettled by it and revising his own political establishment. But I'll pass back to Igor.
Well, I think that there are many, many pockets of disenchanted Russians at this stage who are just tired of this war. They want it over, not for moral reasons, simply because they want to return to their life. They want to travel as they want their choices again. And that is known, and therefore an actor such as Prigozhin is aware of that, steps into this space, and certain things do fall into place. But I am doubtful it was as coordinated as I'm hearing some people assert. I could be wrong, we could all be wrong, but I don't think it was as coordinated as a lot of people think. I think several things worked well.
So what I'll concede to you on that point is, it's a very fair point, is I don't think the Wagner Group maybe expected it to go to the rate and rapidity or speed that it did. I certainly didn't. And of course, but let's be fair, that a large proportion of them are convicts. They are people who Prigozhin in the late fall was not even, I don't think it was until November that he confirmed fully that he was actually the head of the Wagner Group. Up until that point, we always thought he was a very particular, weird-looking chef. So I'm trying to add
One thing,
levity to my point.
Fyodor, I'm
But
sorry to interrupt.
no, go
real
ahead,
quick.
buddy.
So yeah, Wagner Group. Right now, like his mercenaries, however many he has in Russia, that he started the coup with, those are not convicts. Those are his
But what
professional
about that
mercenaries.
video we saw from 2 months ago where he was trying to rally convict troops? Or was that for the Russian state army? Am I misconstruing
Right.
the
So
two?
like he
Okay.
was recruiting, like, so his professional mercenaries are like former Spetsnaz.
Oh, okay, fair. All right, no,
So
okay,
these
fair
are
enough.
guys. It's like Blackwater type of thing, right?
Okay, no, that's a fair
So
point.
he
All right, so
never
I'm conflating
he
the two
never
there.
threw these guys into any meat grinder.
Okay, so okay, that's fair. All I would just say then very quickly is, I agree with you, Beth, to a point. I just am very conscious of what this means for, the political structure of Russia, right? Because Russia's never had a clear transition. I mentioned it earlier, and now we've got a dude who is running a very competent military apparatus, of which Russia is basically near 100% reliant on its interests in Africa. Like the entire relationship Russia has with the Malian government, which is one of the most lucrative, resource-rich countries in the Sahel, is the Wagner Group. His foreign policy in certain states is Wagner, basically. So I'm very interested to see how Putin has to adjust his foreign policy in certain theatres to accommodate or appease, in some ways, maybe Prigozhin. But equally, as Jessica has said in other spaces, I would be surprised if Putin wants Prigozhin to be on the scene still by Monday. So I think the next week, couple months will be really interesting to see how Putin tries to purge or regain control of the power of Russia, because it's major.
Agreed. Good space, Igor. Thank you.
Okay, I think Irish Ting's been waiting for a while.
Mr. Nobody?
I think Irish Ting was first.
No,
Hey,
Mr.
hey
Nobody was
guys,
waiting before.
Hello.
I've
Is
been
it
waiting,
me?
but if you want somebody else to go first, that's fine.
No, go ahead,
I
Mr.
can wait.
Nobody.
Okay,
Is
so
it
this
me?
question is for Igor. I mean, or anybody else who wants to answer. So I
Okay.
think I kind of get the impression that we're looking at these events related to Putin and Prigozhin in kind of a two-dimensional face value level. I feel like, I mean, if we take a look at their history, like a lot of the false flag operations Putin's been responsible for, the apartment building bombing that brought him to power, and also the stuff, like Prigozhin's like planning this coup, right, for months and months in advance, right? And then all of a sudden he advances on Moscow, and then he has a brief conversation with the leader of a third world nation that nobody really fucking cares about, pardon my French, and all of a sudden it's all over. And I feel like this might be an orchestrated event with a more nefarious purpose. It's speculation, but it's not beyond their scope of capacity to do such things, in my opinion. So, anyway.
So yeah, I mean, I think the only problem with that theory is that it's gonna bring an end to Putin's reign. It's gonna accelerate it. It's gonna unravel Russia. I mean, we're gonna watch and see it happening in front of our eyes in the coming days, weeks, and months. Nobody knows when exactly Putin's gonna fall, but it's gonna lead to that. This event is gonna lead to that. So it's just you don't do a false flag or theater or circus or misdirection as a dictator that's actually going to accelerate your own end like this. That's the problem, I think, with that theory. And again, yes, the FSB was aware, as Wind of Change wrote in his FSB letters, that Prigozhin is planning a coup. There were reports that Shoigu tried to assassinate him just a few days earlier, a few days ago, but failed. And there was that apparent assessment, according to Wind of Change, from the FSB letters, that FSB didn't think They underestimated him, and they didn't think he would succeed. And that's why, as you can see, Prigozhin had incredible utility for the Kremlin in fighting in the war in Ukraine. He's the only one that's had any kind of quote unquote military success to speak of. His forces were by far the most effective. You know, like, especially after Ukraine began to receive good Western armament and munitions. So that's why it makes sense that even though it was clear that Prigozhin may have been plotting something, they needed his tens and tens of thousands of troops and his commanders to continue to wage war in Ukraine, because the war in Ukraine was their priority. So, and at the same time, if they thought that we'll be able to control him and get rid of him and what have you, if he ever does attempt a coup, that we'll be able to deal with it, it makes sense that they would continue to let him fight their war in Ukraine. In the meantime, they misjudged him.
And really quick, what do you think? So, under the current circumstances, if this is all true and Prigozhin gets some sort of, I don't know, immunity in Belarus or whatever, what is the Wagner move going forward? Are they going to go back to Ukraine? My understanding is that they're sort of dissolved, or not. I don't know. I just hear things from people, but moving forward, what's going on here?
So, yeah, I mean, I haven't kept up with the developments over the past few hours here. I think anything to do with Belarus and Lukashenko is a total sideshow. There's probably nothing behind that. And Prigozhin is definitely not going to stay in Belarus, I don't think. And with Wagner, so to what if there is some kind of claims that essentially the mercenary group is getting dissolved, so the mercenaries are getting dispersed. I don't see. Prigozhin is alive. He's gonna get him back together.